Because on this day.
In 1969, we would have been in the same graduating high school class, me and Sean John Combs, a.k.a. Puff Daddy, P. Diddy. I think he's just Diddy now. I think he is back down to
Sean Combs.
Diddy.
I've always referred to him as Sean.
It's just, you can't change your names too many times.
Maybe once.
Prince did it once.
Yeah, once.
I don't know. Maybe
was
I'm going to
good.
give it a try.
What do you want to change it to?
Bobby.
Bobby?
Oh, Bobby. It's Radio from Hell with Carrie, Bobby, and Gina. Bobby Boy. Bobby Boy.
Now,
Bobby.
Technically, that's a Biggie song.
Yeah, technically.
So does Sean ever do anything himself?
Well, sure, yeah. He has his own hits. I just like that song quite a bit. And my kids, not Festus, I don't believe this applies to Festus, but
Okay.
Jonesy and Mohammed, they love Biggie. They are Biggie fans.
Well, and what a great person for them to emulate. That's wonderful. I think that's what is he, a great role model for them.
They enjoy his music.
Good
And
for
so
them.
it's
Have you encouraged that?
I mean, I haven't discouraged it, but it's come to my attention recently as we're in the car and his songs come around and they get excited. And I'm like, both of you're both, we love Biggie. Okay, all right.
I don't understand why you don't use the car like when I'm with my family. Why don't you use the car the way I do? That's the place where we fight. We don't listen to music. We have to yell at each other for the whole trip.
No, we enjoy.
I thought that's what you used the dinner table for.
We do.
Oh, okay. All right.
Yeah, we
Checking
do.
there.
We do. Of course, Sean Combs, Puffy, Puff Daddy, Puff, whatever. Diddy. P. Diddy. I would say in many ways a better businessman than anything.
Sure. He's worth. It says here, Bill. He's he's worth at least $446 million.
That's pretty good.
He is worth, and with that kind of money, he could afford to buy Bruce Springsteen's entire library of music.
That's right. He's selling it.
Which he's selling that to Sony for about $400 million.
Don't confuse people. P. Diddy is not buying Bruce Springsteen's library.
But he
okay?
could.
'Cause
I'm saying he could
close there.
afford it. I'm
Yes.
saying he could afford it if he
Okay.
wanted to.
Gee, when you just to go back to your kids and how much they love,
Biggie?
Biggie Smalls, the notorious B.I.G.
Yes.
Do you remind them that he probably killed Tupac Shakur and then he himself was murdered?
Do I remind them of that?
You
No.
you should really tell them about all of that.
No.
That he was murdered in a drive-by shooting while visiting L.A. They never caught anybody, and
Because, Bill, Gina has been able to teach her children about separating the art from the artist.
Yeah, I mean.
is that what it is? I'm sure that's what it is. The people that made Squid Game, they have families and they love their children.
I don't understand the rap murders though. What? Why? What?
Well,
Why?
Gina, it's very.
Can't we both be?
No, Gina,
can't
it's
we
very.
both put out music?
No, it's very
East
simple,
Coast,
Gina.
West Coast.
We don't care for the East Coast.
I
That's
know,
exactly
but
that's all
right.
you need to know.
Carrie
Why do you
and I
gotta-
are West Coasters all the
We're
way.
West Coasters, yeah.
But
We
why
don't-
does that have to go to killing people? Why? What?
The-
What is
Well,
the
if you
point?
keep that up, you'll find out.
Listen, Gina, they know what they did, okay?
Oh,
They
right.
know what they did.
That's exactly right.
They are denying the direct bloodline between General Patton and Donald Trump. They are denying that, and there is a direct bloodline, and that's we
Keep
don't
it up.
care for the East Coast.
Keep it up and pretend that hasn't been explained to you.
I mean, like the guy yesterday who killed the boyfriend that sold his daughter into sex trafficking. That is a murder. I understand. I mean, I don't condone it, but I understand the motivation for that crime being committed. The rap wars, we can all put out
It's-
music and have
it's
we can all,
style,
there's
baby.
enough money for everybody.
It's
There's enough-
style. It's
Yeah, and haven't the rap wars died down?
I mean, I think
Hasn't
There's
everyone
truce.
realized that the internet is their enemy and that they
yeah, not
it's
you
not
can't
the-
shoot the internet.
yeah.
and I think those that are those that have died are just that's it. There's enough body count. We're done.
Yeah,
I think there's enough.
Okay,
I don't know.
could be. I don't know.
How's it going?
good.
Speaking of rap war, the rap wars might start up again.
Why?
Well, because I guess his name is Ye now, has shaved his eyebrows.
Ye?
I think that's going to start inflaming
Somebody?
Yeah, that's going to.
Well, you know who's really upset is Whoopi Goldberg. She just,
Because she
Now she
started
didn't
that a long
shave
time
hers;
ago.
they just don't exist.
well, but she's like, this is my look, and you're
You're stealing my
obviously
look?
stealing, attempted to steal my look, and
Yeah.
she's from the West Coast and
Yeah.
he's from the East Coast, and it's
That's what's going to happen.
It can
It's
happen.
Start up.
Shaving the eyebrows is not good because they don't grow back, or they grow back weird. It's a bold move, shaving the eyebrows.
I think they grow back because, well, don't they?
No, there was a time like women used to like shave their eyebrows so they could draw them back in, and they wish they had not done that because they never really had eyebrows again. Don't shave your eyebrows, kids. That's what I'm getting at.
Okay, all right.
So those are the lessons you're teaching your children. Not
Yes.
not anything about Biggie Smalls.
No, they can enjoy Biggie if they like, but
don't
don't
shave
shave
your
your
eyebrows.
eyebrows. Nope.
Okay. Guess we ought to get the show started.
I suppose, yes.
Which means check-ins at 877-602-9696 if you've a mind to do that. I don't know. If you don't want to, don't.
Well, I think we have a tote bag if you would like, or a mug. We have
One of
we could
these?
one of those Radio from Hell diner style mugs.
Can you see it? I've got my blur on, so because I
You
don't
got
want
your blur on.
Yeah, I don't want everybody to see the mess. I've been cleaning a deer back here in the behind. I just don't want
Nobody wants
everybody.
to see
I don't want anybody to see that. I got my deer and I've been cleaning it. So anyway, if you want to, I don't know. If you want to call and check in, 877-602-9696. That's the number to do it. Check in with the Radio from Hell show. We'd love to hear from you this morning.
Sure enough. All right. 877-602-9696.
Win $1,000.
I'm a bad mom. I can tell you about real quick.
Really?
Well, we know you're a bad mom, but go ahead, tell us.
Quickly. We're at Gray Whale. You can come by and see us. Gray Whale up by the U. Get your
Come and get a first-hand look at a really bad mother.
Yeah, I'm right here. So last night was country fair at Festus's school. Now, country fair is not like chickens and cows and
You know, like you would.
pies.
Yeah, that's why they call it a country fair, because it has nothing to do with that.
No, it's a country fair.
Oh, it's okay. So it's not a country fair. It's a country
It's a
fair.
country fair. Yeah,
What country did Festus have?
he had Iraq,
Oh,
Of course
good.
she did.
And so yesterday,
Is that because they knew his father's a terrorist?
no, he has a brother
Oh.
who's serving in Iraq.
Oh, that's okay.
He's been there forever. I wish he'd come back. But yesterday, after school, Festus said, well, everybody said they're bringing food. As you know, you have the display board with all your information, and everybody's bringing food from their various
It
countries.
would have been nice, honey, if you'd let me know that
Right.
before, 12 hours before school.
So I look around the house, and I see that
Did you have some hummus or anything?
well, the mother-in-law had just come back from Egypt, and she brought this big container of baked goods from this Egyptian bakery, and the container had Arabic all over it, and they were Egyptian pastries. I'm like, that's close.
Wait a minute. If you were to
Close.
say that to your husband,
Well,
your
so-
Egyptian
well,
husband,
He's out of town, I'm guessing.
So that's close, and there's Arabic on it. So you set that on the table, and it'll look
Yeah.
it'll fool him.
authentic.
Yeah.
So we go to the country fair and
The country fair.
the country fair, and come back, and Joe stayed with the little kids at home while I took Festus to the country fair, and Joe said, "What happened to the?"
The pastries
The
that I was so looking
pastries.
forward to eating.
And I said, "Well, he didn't have any food for his display, and so we took those." And I thought because it had Arabic on it that it would look. And he said, "The Arabic that they speak in Egypt is not the same as in Iraq. It's like
Really?
that would be like if you took,
Yeah.
pastries from
Let's take some
Spain
French pastries to a
and-
Mexico
Yeah.
country. Yeah.
Oh my God, they didn't know. Nobody knew. It's Arabic. They don't know what.
Did they not know?
Nobody said anything.
Nobody
Of course
said
they
it.
didn't
No.
know. Yeah.
Was he angry at you? Did he get angry?
A little bit. It's like
Dr.
my
Sam
mother-
wants to talk about anger today.
It's like my mother brought these all the way back from Egypt for
me.
me.
Did people eat them at the
They
fair?
did. They were gone.
Were they delicious?
They were really good. 'Cause
You
they-
don't know. You didn't try
No,
them.
I did
Okay.
before anybody else touched them because then they've got germs on them. So I unwrapped them and tried
Oh,
one.
you have problems with germs?
Yeah.
Oh.
Oh, like my friend Lindsay. That would be good for you next time we're on. We'll talk about
Germs?
Oh, yeah,
don't
she's...
know.
Do you wear slippers at home? Or
Yes.
will your feet touch the carpet?
No.
No. She won't walk
Oh.
She won't walk barefoot in a hotel room.
Really?
No.
No. How? And if you're out and about and you need to go to the toilet,
I try to
Difficult.
wait.
till you get home.
Mm-hmm.
Difficult.
Unbelievable.
And she's one of these people who opens the door to the bathroom with her elbow.
Yep.
You know?
Yep.
Flush with
The
your
whole
foot.
thing.
I'm no fool.
Do you use a straw when you're drinking at a restaurant?
Yes.
Wow.
Yeah, she's bad.
James.
We're going to have a show on obsessive
no.
Let's do
compulsive
it.
That's
disorder,
not
I think.
obsessive compulsive. It's
Ah,
being
it's-
cautious.
It's
That's
Dr.
different.
Sam. You gonna argue
Cautious?
this? Yeah. You can argue with Dr. Sam.
Cautious.
I don't think you're going to argue with Dr. Sam. All right, 6:21. Let's get this over with.
Okay, Dan, I don't know if we have anybody calling to check in with the Radio from Hell show. The phone number is 877-602-9696. Gina promised that you would get a Radio from Hell tote bag, one of you random callers to check in with the Radio from Hell show. So, yeah.
No, back to marketing. As
Yeah.
far as the tote bag goes.
Yeah.
I noticed a surge in interest when we referred to it as a Radio from Hell trick-or-treat bag.
Uh-huh.
And I think it's the term tote bag is turning people off. Feels a little too NPR to most people, according to my
Okay.
research anyway.
Yeah.
So what we've decided to do is we're going to change the name of the tote bag again
Okay.
to the hand basket. It's the Radio from Hell hand basket, so that you can
Go to hell.
in a hand basket.
hand-
Oh,
that
I
was-
see.
That was some research that happened. There was a little bit of marketing, so now we're calling it a hand basket instead of a tote bag.
Okay.
It's all
All right,
marketing, man. It's
yeah,
all
let's
marketing.
see if that works. I
Yeah.
don't know. People might be expecting an actual basket.
Of course,
'Cause
when
when
you
they get it, it's a bag.
well, when you go to the front desk and ask for your hand basket, ask for the tote bag, because the person out front wasn't aware of this marketing change.
How about this compromise, Carrie? We call it the Radio from Hell hand bag. It's the
No, that sounds even old lady-er.
well, but
No,
you can
that's
still
old
go to
lady
hell in
bag.
a handbag.
No, that sounds
We'll
like
workshop this.
We'll ask Josh. He's one of our listeners, and he's on the line, so we'll get to him coming up.
Okay, let's do the official beginning of the show then, shall we?
At University of Utah Health Plans, they provide medical and pharmacy services that meet you right where you are. Enroll today at uofuhealthplans.org.
By the way, it's National Men Make Dinner Day today. It's also Check Your Blood Pressure Day, and it's King Tut Day. So,
King Tut Day.
What am I supposed to do for
We
King
coulda-
Tut Day?
well, we could have played Steve Martin doing the King Tut song for the opening of the show. There's
Kneel, Varlet.
Steve
I'll get you, Batman.
Victor Buono as King Tut. But let's just get the thing going here. The moon is 0.3% of full, just almost nothing to it. The moon will rise today at 7:40 a.m. Today being Thursday. It's the 4th day of November in the year of our Lord Jesus Christ, 2021. And this is the Radio from Hell show, starring the Lords of Morning Radio, Kerry Jackson. I'm Bill Allred. That's Gina Barberi, the ever charming and sweet Gina Barberi.
Oh,
Katie for short is in the studio. New Aunt Katie. She is. She has a new niece today, right? Niece? A niece? Yeah. And she's our producer, and not the niece, Katie's our producer. And we have Cameron Diaz and Miriam helping out in the producer's booth.
All right.
Josh?
Let's go to Josh.
Josh?
Good morning, my lords.
Good morning.
morning.
Josh.
So I would like to start by giving Bobby Boy the business about his sauce list. I think it's a bunch of malarkey. You've been teasing us for months now.
Well, listen, the 20 simple sauces that can
well-
save any meal. I still
I
have
think
the
it's a
list.
fake list. I think it's a fake list.
Listen,
he's
I'll have
calling you
know
out, Bobby.
that this list was prepared by General Patton, and General Patton's bloodline goes directly from Donald Trump to Bill Allred. And if you
Are there
don't
blood
believe,
sauces on the list?
yes,
I'm
So-
unfamiliar with this. Is this some new conspiracy theory, Carrie? I haven't heard this. The
I
General
heard.
Patton bloodline.
I heard audio. I'll find the audio.
Okay.
It was like 30 seconds of audio. They talked to somebody at that. You heard Jimmy Kimmel talking about that rally yesterday.
Oh, good Lord.
They asked him, said, okay, now explain to us why JFK. And the guy, very seriously,
Okay.
explained it.
Really?
I need to hear that because I don't understand.
I'll find it because
Okay.
part of it is that General George S. Patton is the blood father of Donald Trump.
Huh?
Yeah,
Okay.
that's part of it.
Direct descendant.
Direct descendant. Blood.
Okay.
It's all as he said at the end of the tape. It's about the bloodline. It's all about the bloodline.
Josh, if you'd like, if you send me an email, Bill at x96.com, I'll send you a link to the 20 simple sauce recipes that will transform any meal. If
And you
you'd
can
like.
see, I've got our schedule here today, and it's really full, and I don't really see.
There's no place there at all.
Okay.
I mean, maybe
Well,
in the
I
crawl
just
to.
got to work, so during one of
There's-
my breaks, I'll try to send you an email, Bill.
Okay.
I mean, there's some time at the crawl towards the exits portion.
Maybe we can.
Maybe.
We might get to a couple of them because you really, really, really would like to learn about charmoula sauce, wouldn't you?
Yeah.
I don't know about charmoula
Oh, you're such a
sauce.
tease, Bill.
There he goes. He's a sauce tease.
Yeah.
I might add that to National Men Cook Dinner Day.
Okay. Thank
Oh, there you go.
All right.
Have a good one, guys.
Anybody
Thank you,
else
Josh.
calling to check in with us?
Nah.
Every day is National Men Cook Dinner Day in my house.
Well, then
Every
maybe
day.
you should flip the script and cook for him today. What would
Why
you cook
would I
if
do
you
that to him? Why
if you
would-
cooked for him? I'm curious. What would you make? What
the
can
only
you make?
thing
Spaghetti.
the only thing I cook for the family is when it's taco night, because all you got to do for taco night is
The seasoning packet.
brown the meat. That's all you got to do for everything else is
You
just
put
sort of-
seasoning on it, right? And
Yeah, you buy the packet and you.
that's
I don't-
When I make tacos, I don't buy a packet.
Uh-huh.
I put in individual spices.
Oh yeah, no, I don't do that.
I chop some
Packet.
onions. You don't do any of that, huh?
No. And the taco, you just assemble it the way you like. So
It's
all I
meat,
really am
yeah.
doing is cooking the meat.
Yeah.
So that is the dinner that I make that I don't screw up. And by making, I mean mostly just laying stuff out on the counter for people to choose what they would like on their taco.
I try to get everything pre-chopped if I can.
Sure. Well, that's why you get the oh, damn it, not salsa, but the what's
Pico?
the other
Pico de gallo?
Thank you. That's basically just all the things chopped up in there.
So
Don't have to chop
your
anything.
tacos consist of browned meat with a packet,
Yeah.
so a taco shell,
Yeah.
and some pico de gallo.
Well, and then there's cheese, and then there's
and
other
the McCormick
sour cream
seasoning.
and
That's the
guacamole.
packet, yeah.
And,
The McCormick packet.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, that's just unfortunate.
it's fine.
Pathetic.
It's fine.
Teacher Emily checking in. Got my COVID booster shot yesterday. Way to go, Teacher Emily.
Nothing says loving, like a dinner that's just fine.
It's fine.
Gina, there's a traffic alert there
Yeah.
for you.
Oh, is there? Okay.
And there is a weird rap war battle between Machine Gun Kelly and Eminem right now.
Yeah, kind of.
I'm afraid we are Marshall in our house.
And I see somebody who was disappointed that they missed the ham chat.
Ham chat yesterday?
Ham chat that we had yesterday. Someone who was raised on a certain kind of ham. What is
Should
it
we
called?
put ham chat out on the social medias and a best of or something?
Yeah. Did we? Is it out there right now? Ham chat, Katie.
It's not, but she'll put it out now.
Okay. Good.
All right. So we'll get that for you. Traffic, Gina, please.
Yeah, thank you, alert friend of the program who told us about this. There's an area near 47th South, 22nd West in Taylorsville. It's locked down right now. Police are searching for a suspect who they say fired shots at an officer. And so they want you to avoid that area, if you would, please.
If you live in that area, they're advising everyone to shelter in place. Don't go out in your yard and look for the guy.
So once again,
stay
that's
in your house.
That's Taylorsville, 47th South, 22nd West. And let's see, there's no other accidents to report or anything, just that incident. But if you see something, you can text it to us, 33986.
All right. We will take a break. We will be back. We got big boy news and a Pinuendo. Then we have geek news. And then after that, it's Beat Gina at 7 o'clock. And I think we have one of our Radio from Hell diner edition of the Radio from Hell coffee mug to give away. And it's Matthew McConaughey trivia.
Oh,
All right.
because
all
it's
right.
his birthday today.
Yes, it is.
Now, I looked at these trivia questions, and these are not your traditional Matthew McConaughey trivia questions, okay? It's just to make it fair, because Gina
Okay.
knows everything.
All right.
I should have made some hard questions. Just
What would
I
be a
thought you were going
traditional?
to.
What would be a traditional Matthew McConaughey question?
like what movie? Which one of these is not a Matthew McConaughey movie? You know, I mean that kind of thing. These
I
go a
see.
little. These go a little differently.
Okay,
a little
good.
Differently. So we got that coming up. Stand by for that. UtahAdvocates.com. Talk to a lawyer right now for free.
Absolutely. If you or someone you love or know has been injured in an accident, you deserve to have somebody help guide you through it. And the Utah Advocates, the advocates as we call them, do just that. And you don't pay them any money unless they take your case and then recover a settlement for you.
Yeah, a lot of people don't call an attorney because they think they can't afford it. This is no upfront money you need to do. And mostly the advocates, they just want you to focus on getting better. Let them handle dealing with the insurance companies.
The advocates help get accident victims back on their feet physically, emotionally, mentally, financially, and really they take a lot of the pressure away so that you can just concentrate on getting well. So if you've been in an accident and you're not sure what to do, I'll tell you what to do. You call the advocates 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. It's 801-355-5550, or you can go online, UtahAdvocates.com.
It is the 23rd century. Humans have left the lowly confines of planet Earth and have sought their destiny among the stars. While many things have changed, one constant remains: the need for young men to venture forth and do the work of the Lord. This is the tale of two such men who at the age of 19 have answered the call of their general authorities and are embarking on a 2-year mission to spread the gospel throughout the galaxy. This is the story of Space Elders! Today, we find our elders tracting on the ice planet Hawk. Oh, man, it's cold out here. Why is it so cold?
It's an ice planet, Lehigh. What do you expect?
Oh, I'm sure glad my mom sent me these mittens.
And Zone Leader Hansen has sent us to some pretty dismal places before, but this has got to be the worst. Well, I hope that this Wampa fella lets us in and offers us some piping hot postum.
You know, these tauntaun thingies smell funny, and they're just not very comfortable to ride. I wish our hyperbikes hadn't frozen up. Let's see, third cave on the left, just past the second snowdrift. Yep, this must be it. Hello? Hello, Mr. Wampa?
I don't suppose his first name is Willie, do you? See, Willie Wampa. What? Wait, hello, anybody home? Hey, pal, that's my ride home you're having for lunch.
You must be Mr. Wampa. Hi, I'm Elder Christiansen, and this is my companion, Elder Jensen.
Hi.
We represent the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints.
You know, the Mormons.
Look out, Butch! Oh, man, he knocked you down. That's going to leave a mark. Excuse me, Mr. Wampa, all we want is just a couple minutes of your time. Oh!
Oh, man. Where am I? Oh, heck. Hey, Lehigh, wake up.
Oh.
Wake up.
Oh, what in the flip?
This is just great. Here we are, hanging upside down, stuck to the roof of a Wampa cave, our feet frozen in what appears to be Wampa spit, while my ride home gets eaten by Mr. Wampa out there.
Yuck, I don't think this Wampa spit's ever going to come off my wingtips. Hey, there's somebody stuck to the ceiling behind you.
Huh? Hey, it's that farm boy from Tatooine. Hey, Luke, Luke, wake up!
Huh? Ben?
No, not Ben. It's me, Butch. I don't suppose you got a plan to get us out of here, do you?
If I could just reach for my lightsaber. There. Ah, so much for the element of surprise.
Hey, look, your dad, Darth Vader, cut off Lehi's arm with one of those things. Cut him some slack.
Will Butch and Lehi ever escape from Wampa Cave? Will Luke cut Lehi's arm off just for the fun of it? Will our elders ever get the Wampa spit off of their wingtips? Tune in next time to hear Lehi say... Oh, thanks, Luke. For a minute there, I figured we was Wampa Chow.
Luke.
Ben?
Luke.
Ben, is that you?
You will go to the Dagobah system.
Mr. Kenobi? Dagobah? I've never even heard of it.
It's a swamp planet. You're not missing much.
You must seek out Yoda and continue your training.
But I've already been to the MTC. Ben? Yoda? Dagobah?
Mr. Kenobi, are you sure? I mean, we've already been to Dagobah.
Hold on. I've got some problems here. Luke, you go to Dagobah and seek Yoda. Butch, Lehi, you go thaw out your hyperbikes and continue tracting. I should have gotten Jedi call waiting.
On the next bone-chilling episode of Space Elder.
All right. We got Geek News coming up. Beat Gina on the way as well. Get ready to play right now.
Are you gonna talk about the Eternals in Geek News?
No.
Okay.
All right. Let's see. So, Big Boy News and Opinioendo now brought to you by...
Get to Strong Volkswagen during the Sign and Drive event. All you need is a signature. Plus, you'll get a lifetime warranty, no charge. See details and unlock stronger pricing at strongvw.com.
Well, there is a manhunt underway in Taylorsville. Parts of Taylorsville surrounding a gas station locked down after shots were fired at an officer early this morning. According to police, a massive manhunt underway for the suspect who police say fired shots at an officer near 47th South, 22nd West. Police said residents in the area were asked to stay inside, lock their doors, call 911 if they see or hear anything suspicious. The area may stay locked down for several hours, they're reporting, which could affect traffic during the morning commute, probably will. Anyway, that's all we know. Don't know where. The officer was not injured apparently. Tom Hanks apparently was offered the opportunity to go up into space, and he said no. I don't think I'll do that. So Shatner was not the first choice. Jeff Bezos.
Shatner's never the first choice.
I don't think that's true. I think that yeah, you're probably right. He used to be.
Yeah.
He used to be the first choice, but he's not anymore.
No.
The thing I liked about that story was that Tom Hanks said, "Do you know how much they wanted to charge me to go to? How much Jeff Bezos wanted to charge me to go to space?
29 million.
Yeah.
29, yeah.
$29 million.
I ain't paying that, Hank said. You know what? We could simulate the experience of going into space right now if we want.
Yes.
So then it was offered to William Shatner, who didn't pay. I don't think he paid to go.
I don't think he has $28 million.
Well, I'm wondering why it was that Jeff Bezos. There's something fishy about this story.
Well, we don't know. We don't know that Shatner didn't pay. Is the thing?
He didn't. He did.
You don't know that.
I don't think he came up with $28 million to go into space.
You have no idea
It's
how
a
much
sliding
money,
Scale, Bill.
how much
It's a
money Shatner has. He's got a lot of irons in the fire.
Yeah.
28
I'll do some research here, and I'll see if I can find out for sure. This is a story. If you watched the story on Netflix, the documentary about the Mormon bombings.
Yes.
Last year I think it was. You'll probably remember this guy, Shannon Flynn.
Mm-hmm.
He was a very close friend of Mark Hoffman's, the Mormon document dealer who killed 2 people with pipe bombs in an effort to avoid being unveiled as a double-dealing forger. Flynn worked for Mark Hoffman, really liked Mark Hoffman a lot.
Mm-hmm. A lot.
And he, at any rate, he was really great in the documentary.
He was the best part of that documentary. He was the most entertaining part of it.
He was excellent. As a matter of fact, he has died he died on October 15th, apparently. Oh no, not that for long ago. He died
just recently.
Last week. He was 63. Yeah. He loved everything about making the documentary. He loved being in front of the camera, in back of the camera. He loved talking about it. He loved
picking out his outfit.
He wore the bow ties, and he loved being on the documentary, and he was great. And so that's Jared Hess is talking about him in the news and said, I don't know if we would have had a documentary had it not been for Shannon Flynn. Utah has reported now 2,152 daily COVID-19 cases.
We're in the top 10 worst states for increasing cases.
We can do better than that.
It's fine.
We can do better than top 10. We can get into top 5.
Yeah. Masks are tyranny. Come on now.
Let's see, how many deaths reported? 14 deaths reported. We had the story yesterday about the first case of COVID on the island of Tonga.
Yes.
And it was apparently an LDS missionary who brought COVID to Tonga, or maybe not, because that missionary took a second test, and the second test was not positive. The young man had completed his mission to Africa. He was fully vaccinated, according to a spokesman for the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. The returning missionary spent several weeks in New Zealand on his way home. He twice tested negative for the virus before he got on a plane and went back to Tonga on October 27th. He was tested again when he landed in Tonga, placed in quarantine hotel. The test for the returning missionary returned a weak positive result, with the Ministry of Health, which the Ministry of Health told the news site matangatonga.to. The return missionary has remained in quarantine. A doctor announced today that he did a second test and it was negative. But that didn't stop Tonga from swinging into action, and hundreds of people got vaccinated because of that scare. But apparently, I don't know.
Well, if it got people vaccinated, that's a good thing.
Maybe there isn't any coronavirus in Tonga after all. Be on the lookout for this. Gina, this story is not for you.
Not for me.
No, not for you. Several batches of Dole salads are being recalled due to contamination concerns.
Not for me.
No, you wouldn't. So there are Dole Garden Salad, Marketside Classic Iceberg Salad, Kroger Brand Classic Garden, and Salad Classic Garden Salad. If you buy salad in a bag, in other words,
Okay.
from
Basically,
Dole, a lot of them are being recalled. They are. There are no illnesses have been reported specifically with the products, but some of them had been tested and they found listeria in the salad, so they're recalling most of them. So if you have bag salads, probably toss them out or take them back to the store. But again, Gina, that's probably not a problem.
No.
Not a problem.
The Ahmaud Arbery trial.
Oh.
Now, this is the guy who was out jogging. Black guy was out jogging. He was apparently hunted down and shot.
There's video.
Yeah. They have the trial is taking place in Glynn County. More than 26% of the 85,000 residents of that county are black. They have seated a jury, and only one of the jurors is black. All the rest of them
Well, they're biased,
are white.
Bill.
Out of 16 jurors selected, including 4 alternates, 5 are men, 11 are women, and there is only 1 black juror.
Don't try to tell me that there is not 2 systems of justice in this country.
And the little detail I love about this story so far is that the defendant's attorney, I don't know if he was successful or not, but he didn't want it admissible that the truck that one of the men were driving have a Confederate flag license plate. Oh, wait, that's not relevant to
No.
This. Really?
It's
Are you
pretty
sure?
relevant.
So the Pirates of the Caribbean ride at Disneyland. I've been on that ride when it's broken down.
We
Several
all
times.
have, I think.
Yeah, several times. But apparently this was a really bad one. People were stalled on the ride for 90 minutes. That's an hour and a half.
At what point do you... Well, maybe they're in a water part where they can't get out,
Yeah.
I suppose.
Brian Rokes, a crime and public safety reporter for the Southern California News Group, was among the people stranded on the Pirates of the Caribbean ride when it broke down for around 90 minutes. We were at the point in the ride where the women are chasing the men in a circle, and Jack Sparrow is peeking out of a barrel at a pirate who's talking about the location of a secret treasure. He said, then suddenly we stopped. At first I thought, well, no big deal. But then 10 minutes passed, then another 20 minutes passed.
Did they not come on a loudspeaker and tell people what?
Well, I'm sure they did.
I started thinking, this is really unusual. Finally, I guess they just gave up on restarting the ride. They turned on all the lights. And
You ruined the magic now. Yeah.
Yeah, Gina, sitting in front of those people
You're right.
chasing in a circle for 20 minutes, that kind of ruins it. Of course, they ruined the whole attraction when they changed that part of it as well. I used to really enjoy Pirates of the Caribbean, but when they put Jack Sparrow in it, to me, it just ruined it for some reason. It made it about Johnny Depp, not about,
It's one of the biggest movies Disney ever had. They had to add him to it.
No, they
How
didn't.
could they not?
It would not have changed. It wouldn't have changed the success of the movies, but it ruined the ride.
People expected it. How can you have a Pirates of the Caribbean ride without Johnny Depp in there? You gotta have
just
him
do.
in there.
You just do. And then finally, this story. I know you'll like this one, Gina. The Hershey's team knows what you want.
Ooh,
What's
yes.
They have just unveiled their largest Reese's pack ever.
Oh,
You will get more peanut butter cups under one wrapper than ever before because
Wow.
you want it.
yes, I do.
The
Right
Reese's
now, where is it?
The Reese's King Size, which comes now. You already have the Reese's King Size that comes in 4 cups,
Sure.
but the super version has more than that. Beginning this month, you can find a mega pack of Reese's peanut butter cups. It's 1 foot long,
Jeez.
and it includes 6
Now, here's
Reese's
the
peanut butter
the
cup.
problem with that is
We welcome the Super King to his throne.
I couldn't eat those in one. That would have to be
Oh, of
spread
course you
out
could.
over several days. I
What?
think.
Oh, come on. You could eat 6.
It says on the
6?
package it's for sharing, Gina. If you're considering
Oh,
eating
okay.
all of these, then you're not following the instructions on
all
the
right.
package.
All right.
I could just sit and eat all of them.
I could, yeah.
All right, that's it.
Sports weather traffic. Oh, Real Salt Lake lost last night to Portland, 1-3. And fans said goodbye officially to Kyle Beckerman. It was his big night out there. Didn't send him off with a win, but that's all right. Let's see. The Jazz tonight are on the road with the Atlanta Hawks. That game's at 5:30 tonight. We're hoping Donovan Mitchell's ankle's okay. I don't know. That's sports, because I know we need to get to Geek News on the radio. So let's do a little bit of weather, which is beautiful. 67 for a high today. Very warm and nice and sunny. We're going to be warm, it looks like, through the weekend. Next chance of rain happens on Monday. Traffic, Bill mentioned it at the beginning of the news, but 47 South 22nd West, and I actually heard from our attorney, because he lives out that way. He says it's a major intersection and it's obstructing access to I-215, so this is a significant traffic problem. The area is swarming with police officers, and people who live in that neighborhood can't get out of their homes. So once again, that's 47 South 22nd West. That is going to be a traffic issue this morning while they search for that suspect who shot at a police officer. Police officer's not injured, but still looking for the guy. Crash eastbound SR 201 72nd West in Magna. The left lane is affected there. And looks like that's it. If you see something, you can text it to us, 33986, and I'll pass it along.
All right. Thank you very much. Let's see. We do have Beat Gina coming up. You can line up now to try to win. It's Matthew McConaughey trivia that is weighted in your favor, not Gina's. So if you... now there she is showing off at x96.com/live. She's got his biography or whatever it is.
It's a signed copy.
Signed copy.
Wow. Who did you get to sign it?
Matthew McConaughey. Sam Jackson. Matthew McConaughey's biography there. 877-602-9696. You could win, as Katie is displaying right there, the Roadside Diner edition of our new Radio from Hell coffee mug. It's a dangerous mug. So that's coming up. 877-602-9696. If you want to line up now and wait about 15 minutes, we can do it. Geek News Now, brought to you by
The Nerd Store and Dr. Volts. Here's what's coming up. Lady Mechanical 1, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, 80th anniversary of Aquaman, always at the Nerd Store and Dr. Volts Comics.
All right. Now, of course, I was talking with the guy who cuts my hair yesterday. He said, I want to go see Dune in IMAX. And I said, well, you need to go right away, because Dune is getting kicked out of IMAX. Today's the last day for it, because the Eternals steps in. So if you want to see Dune in IMAX, today would be the day to skip work or school and go see it. So just a little tip from me to you. Now, okay, here we go. Squidbillies is okay. Now I know I'm going to get to some geek stuff. I am.
Okay.
I swear I'm going to get
All
to
right.
it. But I wanted to.
Squidbillies is plenty geeky.
I wanted to share this with you because Squidbillies is one of my favorite cartoons. And for those who don't know, it's about a race of squids who are being raised in the Appalachian Mountains. They're hillbillies and they're squids.
Yeah.
Now, the guy who voiced the lead squid, Early is the character's name. He said some naughty racist and sexist stuff, and so he was fired. Good riddance to him, I say.
Sure.
Unknown Hinson.
Unknown Hinson. But then the question becomes, who do you get to replace Early Kyler?
It's a very
voiced
specific voice.
I mean, let me give you an example. I mean, folks who have listened to the show closely have heard these drops, but just in case. Okay.
What the hell you doing?
Well, I'm dumping garbage in the garbage ditch.
The garbage ditch? No! I done told you, you separate the glass and your plastics, and you dump those in a recycling ditch.
Like this?
So the one directing the boy to throw things in the recycling
Okay.
ditch. That's early Kyler.
Can I guess who they got?
Well, here's the audition tape. So what they did was, at first, like any good company, they look within. So Adult Swim looked within their company to see who they could get. And they have all of these great voice character actors lying around, including George Lowe, who does Space Ghost. And well, let me just play the tape for you. Here we go. This is the tryouts.
Die, gun, die, you son of a bitch. Why do I need this if I've got the power bands?
What about the boy?
The boy's hard. Hard stuff don't go through walls, dumbass. We already discussed that in thermodynamics. I'm just throwing it out as I go. Money.
Then how we gonna spend ghost money?
We'll have to kill the stores. That's what's next. Especially that A&P.
So that didn't work. So how about Meatwad?
Die, you son of a gun.
No?
No.
How about the voice of Summer from Rick and Morty? Or the trailer voice guy?
Die, gun, die, you son of a bitch.
What about the boy?
Doesn't work?
Dumbass. Dumbass.
Use your head, old man.
Use your head, old man.
No, so you don't know these? How about Meatwad again? Let's try.
Whoa. What the hell?
All right. Maybe not. How about
do the horn.
the guy from the anime?
Do the horn.
All right.
Hell yeah.
Hell yeah.
Hell yeah.
No, doesn't work. How about Tracy Morgan?
Horn. Do the horn. Oh, I nailed that one. I'm Tracy Morgan, and I'm the new voice of Superman. Sorry, Squidbillies.
So yes.
Do not touch the trim.
So yes, it's true. Tracy Morgan is taking over the voice of Early Kyler for the last season of Squidbillies, and it premieres on the 7th.
Is he really?
Yes, he is.
That's funny. I like it.
So I just wanted to share that with you. In other trailer news, we got another trailer for Morbius, who is a Spider-Man adjacent villain.
It's Jared Leto.
Jared Leto
Died years ago.
So you get a better look at what that character is all about.
I'm here.
And that's all there. You can look that up.
We have to push
A lot of new footage there for Morbius, and you get a good look at him in full makeup and costume. So look forward to that. Also, I'll be telling you about this later. Netflix now lets you play video games. Yeah, it's on your Netflix account. If you have not an Apple, but the Android phone. If you have the Android, you can play it on your Android phone. Gal Gadot is going to play the evil queen in the live-action Snow White.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
I don't see her being a bad person.
And in another, people are scratching their head. Chris Pratt keeps getting all the good voice gigs. He's going to be Mario in the Mario movie.
Well, he's not Squidbillies. He's not.
No, he's not. But now he's also Garfield in the animated movie, Garfield. That doesn't make no damn sense because you have Nick Offerman right there in front of you, and you didn't touch it. All right, so traffic, please, Gina.
So that issue, 47th South, 22nd West in Taylorsville. This is they're searching for an armed man, and our attorney lives in that area, and he said they're shutting down the neighborhood and not letting people out of their homes, and you definitely don't want to drive in that area, so stay away from that. Crash northbound I-15, 86 South in Sandy. It's off to the right shoulder. Crash eastbound SR-201. This is out in Magna at 72nd West. And South Weaver Drive, 26th East up in Davis County. There's an issue there as well. And what are you seeing? You can text it to us, 33986, and I'll pass it along to friends of the program. With proof of service, all veterans in active duty military will receive a free Jiffy Lube signature service oil change on Veterans Day, up to 5 quarts of conventional oil.
All right, thank you. We'll take a break. We'll be back. Call now to beat Gina. It's Matthew McConaughey Trivia. If you beat Gina at Matthew McConaughey Trivia, these questions are skewed to make them easy for you and not Gina. You might win you know too much, Gina, about this subject. I'm sorry, this just isn't fair. I
have source material here.
Yes. You will win. Keep that book closed during the game, all right?
Did you really read that?
Of course she did. You will win. If you beat Gina, you will win one of our new Radio from Hell roadside diner editions of the Radio from Hell coffee mug. So 877-602-9696. Line up now. KXRK Provo.
I was so angry.
What?
Saturday night. After I went to the Warped Tour, I went to a party,
Mm-hmm.
and I think it was about 10 o'clock at night. I get home, and I'm out. I was out on the sidewalk. It's not important why. 10 o'clock, out on the sidewalk, and what do I see coming across the street? A raccoon, and there's a lot of traffic, and he's coming right toward my house.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of traffic,
Yeah.
and the lights in the car honked, and the raccoon kind of, like this, and I thought, God, hit him! I was hoping the car had hit him, but it missed him.
Yeah.
And he came, and I'm standing 20 feet away from him.
Yeah.
And he came running, and he ran, and I started yelling at him, and he ran right up my tree, the one that's in my front yard. I have a gigantic,
Bill treed a coon.
a 50-foot tree. Yeah, I treed a coon. I was yelling, you son of a... Get back here!
Bill lives where the red fern grows.
I was just so mad, and he ran up the damn tree, and they're everywhere. God.
I think they've declared war on you.
I think they have.
Coming to get you.
It's like birds have declared war on my wife. Raccoons.
No kidding.
Declared war on you.
He got he stopped and growled at the car. I swear to God he did.
Pyro!
Get away!
Shake his fist. Roadhog!
A little birdie finger.
One of his little bandit hands,
Bird finger.
Her hands are almost human,
They have them,
But ran right up the tree in front of my house. God, that made me
What are
mad.
you gonna do?
Did your wife lock you out again? You sleep on the porch. Was it one of those?
No.
No?
Oh, why I was on this?
Why you
Yeah.
were out on the front porch?
I was
No.
taking the night air.
He's
I was
farting.
taking in the night air.
He's out farting.
Yeah. I'll be back in a while, honey. I gotta go take the night air.
He's right, isn't he?
No.
Taking the night wind.
No.
That's what it is.
No, I wasn't.
There's a breeze. Let me just put it that way.
Man, I live in the city. I don't
You
need
shouldn't have-
this
no,
crap.
You have to move to the country to get away from the coons.
No kidding. That just drives me crazy.
I tell you, we haven't had any raccoon problems since Van's dog Chase killed one in the
Yeah.
backyard, and ever since then
They know.
they're gone.
I believe that when I start trap, I should go home and set up a trap, and
Yeah.
because if I trap a couple of them, they kind of lay off for a while.
Well, then that means you have to keep trapping them.
I know.
Got to send a message.
I know. I got the trap there. I just haven't. I'll set it, and Brian will come and get him.
I want reliable people who aren't going to get carried away.
This is years you've been dealing with
I
this.
just hate it.
Got to send a message to the coon community.
I haven't seen one of the cats for quite a while. The
Rush or G. Gordon, you mean?
one. Yeah, Rush is. I haven't seen Rush for a week. Baby Rush is finally gone.
You know, raccoon will kill a cat.
I don't know.
I know.
They've been coexisting for a
Well,
while.
no, I mean, one of the Rush has been injured by the raccoon. I assume it's the raccoons. Before, I've taken him to the vet a couple of times with injuries. It just drives me crazy.
Well, got to kill one. Got to kill one. Send a message.
Spill blood.
I'm going to just sprinkle raccoon blood on the threshold.
Well, where are you going to get that raccoon blood, huh?
From a raccoon, I guess.
You got to bleed one.
Can't you buy it at Sportsman's Warehouse? or
No,
something?
that's urine, and that will attract them. I'm sorry.
Man.
And it's time for your first keyword of the day on the 1K a day cash bribe. You get a different keyword on the odds, as Carrie says. 7911 135. Here's your first keyword. Doggy. Dogggy. Doggy. Yes, spelling counts. Text that to 33986 for your chance at $1,000.
This is the first word for today. $1,000 a day. So the next word you'll be texting in will be announced at 9 o'clock. All right, then at 11, then at 1, then at 3, then at 5, and then somebody by the end of the day will win $1,000. Nice, huh? Thank you. Keep listening.
And now, shall we all enjoy another edition of Beat Gina? Yes, let's. If you haven't been a contestant, it's still plenty of big fun to play along at home. It's a gripping game of wit and wisdom, words and whimsy. If you want to play along at home, we recommend that you get a pencil and paper to formulate your answers and keep track of this fast-moving game show spectacle. And now, here's your host, a man who could take the rom-com movie world by storm if he wanted to. Today, he's wearing finery from the early Kyler collection of men's clothing and manly outdoor wear.
Thank you.
Carrie Jack Jackson.
Thank you, Johnny. All right, we tossed a coin off the air to determine who is going to go first. It looks like Dawn is the winner. So let's go to Dawn. Dawn, if you beat Gina at Matthew McConaughey trivia, it's his birthday today, you will win a roadside diner edition of the Radio from Hell coffee mug, which is great. Now, if she beats you, what are you prepared to do, Dawn?
Give her some trick-or-treat candy. She needs some more. As she walks by the bowl.
Dawn? Okay.
I'm sorry. Dawn,
Dawn, it's not too late to go to another call, Dawn. If you don't want to participate for real, that's fine. We can go to another call. I'll give you that opportunity right now.
Off the air, Dawn, you said you were going to patronize a local business. Which one is that?
Italian Village in Murray, the best pizza vendors in town.
All right, Dawn, thank you. We're going to toss a coin to see who goes first. Dawn, call it heads or tails?
Heads.
All right, there we go. Coin toss app says tails. Gina goes first. Sorry, Dawn. That does give her an advantage in the game.
I go first.
So this first question is for Gina exclusively, Dawn, and if she gets it correct, she gets the point. If she does not, you get a chance to answer that question correctly, steal the point away, and we'll go back and forth until somebody gets 3 points. All right, so let's start with a Gina question. Gina.
Yes.
Here we go. In his debut film, Dazed and Confused.
Yes.
Which band is Wooderson, that's the character that Matthew McConaughey plays, which band is Wooderson planning on getting tickets to go see? Is it A, Bo Donaldson and the Haywoods, B, Rupert Holmes, C, the Starland Vocal Band, or D, Aerosmith?
Aerosmith.
Oh, that is correct.
Oh, my goodness. Well, there you go.
I tried, Don.
Oh, Donaldson and the Haywoods.
I tried, Don. I tried to make it hard for her.
It's 1-0. Gina in the lead, but Dawn salivating for that good garlic bread at the Italian Village is next.
Dawn, what item is McConaughey's character killed with in Texas Chainsaw Massacre: The Next Generation? In my opinion, his finest film. What item was he killed with? Was it A bright red swing line stapler, B, death by tanning bed, C, an airplane propeller, or D, a chainsaw, of course?
Chainsaw.
Incorrect, Don. Gina, you get a chance to steal.
It would be an airplane propeller.
Very good. Thank you.
It's now 2-0. Gina in the lead, and Gina controls the question. She has a chance now to nail the coffin lid down.
Let me find a hard one for Gina.
I think the Italian Village is going to suffer.
Boy, these are all pretty easy.
Give me a hard one. I want the hardest one you have.
Hardest
Challenge
one you've
me.
got.
I
Okay.
think I heard Matthew McConaughey say that once.
All right, here we go. What did Matthew McConaughey want to do before acting? What was he planning on doing before becoming an actor? Was it A, a chicken sexer? It's very important work.
Yes, it is.
And difficult.
Yes.
They're just little. All right. B, a lawyer. C, a gumologist. Do you know what that is, Gina?
No, I don't.
A gumologist is a gum tester. They taste gum and they judge it via mouthfeel and stickiness and, Or D, a radio host.
I believe it was a lawyer.
Lawyer is correct. Wow.
Well, that was just no fun at all.
Oh, I thought it was very fun.
A sweep. Wow, Don, I'm
Sorry,
sorry.
Dawn. No coffee mug for you, Dawn, I'm afraid.
Don, I know what size the pizza benders are at Italian Village, and I actually think you could fit one right inside the Radio from Hell coffee mug. They're about that size. So I mean, you didn't win, but maybe we should give you a mug anyway, just so you can have something to put your pizza bender in, Don. I'm
Okay, great.
It's a calzone.
It's a calzone.
Oh. Is that what they call them?
Yes.
At the Italian Village, a pizza bender?
Yep.
Okay.
All right, Don, hang on the line. We'll get your information and how you can pick up your coffee mug. Thank you very much. All right, traffic, Gina, please.
Happy birthday, Matthew. We would have been in the same graduating class, too. He was born the same year as me. Okay, we have that incident. I haven't seen an update. Maybe Bill will get one for the news. This is that officer-involved shooting. Officer's fine. 47 South 22nd West in Taylorsville. It's affecting not only traffic in that area. Our attorney at Brass lives in that area. He said it's a mess as far as that goes, and for people not even being able to leave their homes. So avoid that area if you can, please. Crash eastbound I-215 south at 11th West in Murray. It's off to the left shoulder. Crash northbound I-15 80th south in Sandy. That is also off to the left shoulder. And eastbound SR-201 out in Magna at 72nd West. And if you see something, you can text it to us, 33986.
All right.
Boner's round one coming up. Here are the candidates you'll be considering. Boner candidate number one, well, he got that special arrogant NFL superstar backs. Boner candidate number two, inked during landing. Number three, I'm young and I'm rich and I can do what I want.
All right, boners for round one and Big Boy News, all coming up after these, X96.
So you saw this video a week or so ago about the guy strapped a GoPro to his dog to see what the dog did while he was at work.
I didn't see it.
It was disturbing because the dog didn't have a moment's rest. It was nervous and frightened.
In the house?
In the house, and
He's never coming back. He's never coming back.
it would hear noises outside and be on alert, you know, and it terrified me. Because I thought to myself about my dog, Ripley. I was just convinced because she can be a little high strung. And I was just convinced that.
I don't think she's big enough to strap a GoPro to. It'd be too heavy.
We did not do that. We did, however, a friend of ours gave us this drop cam.
What is it? What is that?
It's a live camera that we set up.
Like a nanny cam?
Like a nanny cam. In the living room.
Are you looking at her right now?
This is broadcasting live from my living room right now.
Now, does she just stay in your living room during the day, or can she roam around
Well,
the house?
that's what we wanted to know.
Oh.
Her favorite spot seems to be, we've set up a little kind of a table next to the window, and she likes to sit there and look out the window. So we watched her for a day. She didn't leave that spot.
Well, she's fine then. Don't you feel better?
She's sleeping.
Yeah.
All the time.
Well, that's good.
She's a teenager.
Exactly.
She talking back to you?
I thought she'd at least be on guard or a little on alert.
Nah.
No. She barely moves.
A bomb can go off in the front yard.
And that's the other thing, is that it has a motion sensor.
Mm-hmm.
So it'll alert me. Motion is detected, you know.
That never happens.
No.
She doesn't move.
She was a day. She was lying there.
Then she's perfectly comfortable. This should
Yeah.
make you feel good.
Yes and no. She's kind of lazy. A little disappointed.
She's never going to amount to anything.
I think you ought to make her get a job.
Maybe. Require her to get a
little lazy dog.
Lazy dog. Maybe get her, a list of duties, chores.
Yeah.
You leave her list on the counter.
This has got to be done by the time I'm
get
home.
She can put a little paw print next to the one she's completed.
But yeah, that video of the dog that was freaking out, it was disturbing to watch. Made me very upset.
Somebody in the chat room says that most dogs are like that. That guy's dog is just a neurotic mess.
Really?
Yeah. I'm pretty sure my cat, who is a jerk when we're at home.
Jerk cat.
Mr. Fluffy Pants. I was sitting there yesterday. I was talking to my wife, and he came up and bit me on the arm for no reason. I'm just sitting there, like, ow, what are you doing? And it wasn't hard, but just kind of went and bit me on the arm. I'm certain that cat just sleeps all day. And then when we get home, it goes crazy.
Well, it's because you're in its house when you get there.
Yeah. He just sleeps all day.
Do you think he's like a reincarnated dead person from somebody that hated you? And they're back to haunt you?
No.
No. You don't think so?
No, I
He's
don't.
biting you for no reason.
No,
Maybe it's
I
a
don't.
reason from a past life.
No, I don't.
No?
No.
I don't think that.
I think
I think he's a curse from God. God sent the cat to torment.
Officially.
No, he's just a rambunctious teenager who, when he bites me, I give him a little cuff up the side of the head, and he stops. I go, don't do that.
All right, 7:21 right now. Coming up, we have Sean Means reviewing The Eternals coming up, 8 o'clock. And, of course, we got Gerke coming up. We got Mayor Mendenhall. We got boners, all of that on the way. And, of course, at 9 o'clock, our second keyword in the $1,000 a day giveaway. All right? But right now, it's time for round one of your boners. 3 news stories now. These are examples of bad, stupid, or funny human behavior, and you will decide with your vote of these 3 candidates which one is the worst, which one deserves to go forward to Boner Fight, possibly becoming Boner of the Day. If it wins here, it secures a spot in Boner Dome. That happens at 9:20. But it wins here. It's round 1. It has a chance to be boner of the day. Round 2 happens at 8:20. We do this again with 3 more candidates. We'll get another winner there. We'll take both winners, put them against each other. You will vote for boner of the day at 9:20 this morning. That's when Boner Fight happens. So right now, let's begin the process. Send one of these 3 forward to Boner Fight. 2 candidates now, a third after the news. Once you've heard all 3, you'll vote, and one of you lucky random boner voters will receive
tickets to see Nate Bargatze. He's a comedian, very funny comedian. He has a Netflix special called The Greatest Average American, and he's coming to the Eccles Theater on February 25th. We have your tickets for a random boner voter.
Boner candidate number 1. Well, he got the special arrogant NFL superstar backs. Aaron Rodgers, Green Bay Packers quarterback, out for at least a minimum of 10 days after he tested positive for COVID-19, as the Green Bay Packers star has not been vaccinated against the virus. If he had had his way, however, Rodgers would have been treated as vaccinated without getting the shot. According to ESPN's Rob Demovsky, Aaron Rodgers petitioned the NFL during the offseason to count him as vaccinated after he underwent a, quote, alternative treatment.
There's no such thing.
Rodgers reportedly had a lengthy back and forth with the league before his request was ultimately denied. Ian Rappaport of NFL Network said on the Pat McAfee show that Rodgers underwent a homeopathic or holistic immunization treatment. He was hopeful that the treatment would be enough for the NFL to grant him vaccinated status. It was not. Here's more from Rappaport. A reporter asked Rodgers if he is vaccinated in August, to which Rodgers responded, well, I was immunized. Now, while the reporter was obviously asking about the COVID-19 vaccine, he did not specify that. Most people took Rodgers' response to mean that he had received the COVID-19 vaccine, but he obviously did not receive it. Rodgers will miss Sunday's game against the Kansas City Chiefs, not eligible to return until Saturday, November 13th. I don't know. Maybe they should just keep him out for a while for being a liar mouth.
Yep.
No, really. He got that special arrogant NFL superstar vaccination.
There's no such thing.
Boner candidate number 1. Here's boner candidate number 2. Inked during landing. A passenger left travelers stunned after he was caught giving his friend a tattoo during a flight. The man was using a
a prison tattoo?
No. The man was using a tattoo gun while the plane was landing. The video was posted by Instagram account Passenger Shaming with the caption, "Thoughts and prayers for no turbulence." The video showed the man using a tattoo gun on his friend's hand, although it isn't clear what he was drawing. Leaning the hand on the tray table, large puddles of ink are seen splattering over it. The video, filmed by another passenger, joked, "My man was getting in some tight and clean line work on his friend while the plane touched down." It's been liked by 12,000 people since that time.
Wait a minute, so I can't bring a large bottle of shampoo on the plane, but this guy
somehow
ink and a
needle and
the TSA confirms, yes, Carrie, that tattoo guns can be brought in both hand luggage and checked luggage.
Oh, Jesus.
Boner candidate number 2, inked during landing. Coming up in a moment, boner candidate number 3, I'm young and I'm rich and I can do what I want.
Boner candidate number 3 for round 1 coming up after this. Big Boy News and Opinioendo, brought to you by...
Are you searching for Pokemon? Locally owned Haster Games has the best selection of Pokemon, Dungeons and Dragons, Magic, and more. Shop online at HasterGames.com or visit the store. 6831 South State. Curbside service is available.
The police are searching for a man who they say exchanged gunfire with an officer in Taylorsville early this morning. Residents who live near 4700 South, 2200 West are being asked to shelter in place. Still not much more information about it.
I have more here.
Okay, what else? What do you have there?
One person did sustain injuries during the shooting. Both the suspect and the officer were not hit, but a bystander was. There are canine teams on the scene and helicopters being used. The suspect is described as a white male, 20 to 30 years old, medium build with blonde hair, wearing a tan-colored top, possibly a hoodie, and white tennis shoes. The shots were fired just a few blocks from the Department of Public Safety building near I-215. Police are asking the public to avoid the area, and shelter-in-place call has been initiated.
Yeah, that's pretty much, that's I think, all the details that are available. Although this one said no injuries were reported, but somebody did get nicked.
This says a bystander was injured.
All right. All right. I just got a text. Sorry. Let's move on to other stories. Quentin Tarantino.
Mm-hmm.
He's selling some uncut scenes from some of his movies as NFTs. On Tuesday, it was reported that the two-time Oscar winner shared that he is partnering with Secret Network, that's a company, I guess, to auction off 7 totally uncut scenes from Pulp Fiction as non-fungible tokens.
Mm-hmm.
According to the official press release, each NFT at auction contains secret content viewable only by the owner of the NFT. This is a groundbreaking and unique feature enabled by secret NFTs. The secret content itself is one of a kind. It has never been seen before or heard before, and will include the uncut first-hand written scripts of Pulp Fiction and exclusive custom commentary from Quentin Tarantino, revealing secrets about the film and its creator. The public metadata of the NFT, the front cover of the exclusive content, is rare in its own right, a unique, never-before-seen public-facing work of art. Okay.
A public work of art that you can't hold in your hand, you can't, I mean, it's on your computer screen, that's it.
Yeah, it's...
I mean, hey, if you're into it, whatever, I don't care, but that just...
I guess good luck.
Yeah.
Have a nice life, Quentin. I'm sure it's...
I'm sure he'll make some dough, yeah.
The COVID-19 vaccine has been given the green light, of course, by the FDA and CDC for kids ages 5 to 11 years old, and several kids did indeed receive first doses at the South Main Public Health Center in Salt Lake. Kids in this age range have been approved for the Pfizer vaccine. Fox 13 spoke to an 8-year-old who said that the momentary sting was worth it.
Absolutely.
To be able to spend time with his family. It kind of hurt, but not that much. I mean, I wanted to get vaccinated, but mostly I want to be around my uncle and my grandma.
Exactly. Why does an 8-year-old get it and adults don't get it?
Well, the 8-year-old gets it.
It is that simple.
The 8-year-old gets it because his parents told him that, or her parents told her that. Her parents, they said, if you want to be able to spend time with your uncle and your grandma, you have to get vaccinated.
Yeah, but why don't adults understand it's that simple?
Because they don't have other, because they know better.
Because their parents are dead, Gina.
Oh.
Their parents have
aren't
told
around.
them that.
They died of COVID, interestingly enough, and they weren't, they didn't tell them that they should get the shot.
I mean, the kids will generally, go, if your parents tell you that, they'll go, oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because it makes sense.
Well, it doesn't make sense or not make sense to the kid. They just go, okay. Now, it does make sense to us.
Sure.
Anyway. Joe Biden's vaccine mandate that he's pushing here. You know what Senator Mike Lee says about it?
Oh, boy.
It's an act of barbarism.
It's not a vaccine mandate.
Barbarism. Does he know what that word is?
Senator Lee capped off his drive to counter President Joe Biden's vaccine mandate for large businesses by comparing the, quote, unabashed power grab to President Harry S. Truman's attempt to seize U.S. steel mills for the Korean War effort.
Was that a public health crisis, Mike?
Saying from the outset that he's here to defend Americans. The Utah Republican has taken to the Senate floor to propose 12 different bills challenging Biden's directive over the past month. All have failed. Lee also said he isn't finished fighting it. On Wednesday, he and Senator Roger Marshall of Kansas and 8 other Republican senators sent a letter to Majority Leader Chuck Schumer saying they will oppose any measure that would provide funding for the vaccine mandate. The American people have gone through enough. Please do not become an accessory to such a willful act of barbarism.
Shut up.
Lee, listen, Mike, honey, sit down. You keep throwing these words around to the point where they don't mean anything anymore. You know, and I'll add barbarism to socialist and Marxist and communist because you keep throwing those around as well. They just don't mean anything.
Well, here's
anymore.
a couple of others.
They're just people you don't like. That's what it's become.
Here's a couple of others. He said that it would be unconstitutional.
Okay.
He said this would force countless workers out of a job.
No,
and it would prevent others from joining the labor force.
Again.
It will take a toll on the poor and the middle class.
How?
All of that is a lie.
Here's some more. Is this moral? Is it proper? Lee said. Is it acceptable to do this to America's poor and middle class? It is not.
Mike, honey, sit down.
The vaccine, what it says is, if you're a company of 100 people or more, your employees have to be vaccinated or they have to test weekly. This is not forcing anybody to do anything.
Well, the Supreme Court hasn't acted on Biden's mandate because he hasn't had the basic decency to issue an order explaining the basis for his authority. Consequently, nobody can sue over it. That's according to Mike Lee. He is just...
He's a nut.
Well, he doesn't seem to really understand. When you say something to him, it doesn't register. He has his own agenda, and that's all.
Well, yeah, and that's how these Republicans operate these days. They will lie to you, and then the very next day say, "I didn't say that." You know.
Well, how are they going to feel about this? There's an avocado glut in Australia.
Wait a minute. I thought
Too many avocados?
I thought that these were rare and you had to charge more for it, and millennials are using them on toast.
No. In Australia, there are too many avocados. They don't know what to do with them.
Send them our way.
As Australia reopens and consumers are salivating for avocados.
Yes.
They're going to have avocado toast and the farmers are saying that's great, except now there are too many avocados. We can't charge enough for them. They're gonna have to put them out in just big vats and let barrels and let people come.
Guacamole for everybody.
So you'd rather make no money as opposed to just a little money.
Yeah.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. That's what happens with potatoes from Idaho sometimes.
Which I still don't understand.
You go into the store and at sometimes there are so many. I guess they're just it's just like, here's a gigantic barrel of potatoes. Yeah. We'll pay you to take them.
And there are so many homeless shelters who could use those, but they can't find their way there for some reason. Anyway.
All right, that's it.
All right, weather, traffic.
Beautiful weather. 67, mostly sunny for a high today. We're going to be 65 tomorrow, 68 on Saturday. Just lovely sunny weather. Next chance for some rain will be Sunday night into Monday, but even that is not a great chance. So that's your weather. It's just lovely. Traffic, Bill was mentioning earlier about that police incident in Taylorsville, 47 South, 22nd West. It's affecting traffic. It's affecting residents in the area. It's still a shelter-in-place situation going on, so avoid driving in that area. It's going to be a mess for a while, probably. We've got a crash northbound I-15. 80 is south in Midvale. It's off to the right shoulder. And a crash eastbound I-215 11th West in Murray at milepost 12. And what are you seeing out there? You can text us 33986 and we'll pass it along. That's traffic.
All right, here we go with boner candidate number 3. I'm young and I'm rich and I can do what I want. A Florida TikTok star deliberately sparked a 100-mile-an-hour police chase. And then he told the cops who arrested him that his wealth and his youth made him immune from the law.
Well, looking around him, I could see where he could believe this, you know.
Damuri Makula of Pasco, Florida, has more than 4 million followers on TikTok and has frequently posted content featuring his Dodge Challenger car, which he loves. It's a vehicle that can go up to 141 miles per hour. It has a top price of around $60,000. The TikTok star, who is said to make $400,000 to $450,000 a year, he's 18, was recorded on Friday being chased in that car by Pasco County Police at the intersection of State Route 54 and Sun Lake Boulevard in Florida. Mikula had initially started the chase after he ran a red light, as well as doing a burnout, smoking his tires, you know. He was captured running the light on camera. He did not attempt to pull over as police attempted to signal him. He continued to accelerate. Finally, police were able to get him to pull over. And at this point, he said to the police, "I'm young, I'm rich, I can do whatever I want." He's in jail.
All right. I hope that went over well with the police when they heard that. There you go. That's candidate number 3. All right. Thank you very much. Let's get to voting, shall we? Let's review the first 2 and vote.
So number 1 was he got that special arrogant NFL superstar vax. You know, Aaron Rodgers, who said, "Listen, I was immunized. I had this holistic immunization." And that's not a thing, Aaron. And you've got COVID now, and you're stupid. Boner candidate number 2 inked during landing. There is video of it, a man giving a friend a tattoo with a tattoo gun as the flight that they're on is landing somewhere. And boner candidate number 3, I'm young and I'm rich and I can do what I want.
Okay, here we go. This is round 1 of your boner voting. You've got to decide of these 3 candidates which one is the worst, which one deserves to go forward to boner fight, possibly becoming boner of the day. Winning here does not make it boner of the day. It just means it secures a spot in Boner Dome, gets a chance to be boner of the day. Round 2 comes up at 8:20. We'll do this again with 3 more candidates. We'll get another winner there. Then we'll send both winners into the Boner Dome at 9:20 this morning. That's when Boner Fight happens, and you will vote for Boner of the Day at that time. Right now, we need to send one of these forward. Let's start the battle. 1, 2, or 3. Remember your candidate number for this round. Put that single digit in the message of a text and then text it to 33986. All right, easy. Or you can call 877-602-9696. Use your voice to vote. Or go online, x96.com, looking for the box that says Boner Voting November 4, 2021, and vote there. If you don't see the box, refresh your browser. It'll appear. All right? You have until the end of these messages to do it. Let's go. This is round 1.
It is the 23rd century. Humans have left the lowly confines of planet Earth and have sought their destiny among the stars. While many things have changed, one constant remains: the need for young men to venture forth and do the work of the Lord. This is the tale of 2 such men who at the age of 19 have answered the call of their general authorities and are embarking on a 2-year mission to spread the gospel throughout the galaxy. This is the story of Space Elders! In this episode, we find our elders rendezvousing with Zone Leader Hansen on some distant planet in the BFE sector. Hey, Butch, what you got there?
Oh, it's a care package for my folks. You know, my mom means well, but she just doesn't understand the physics involved in sending stuff from home.
Well, what do you mean?
Well, the cookies she sent are fine. They're hard as a rock, just the way I remember them. It's the lime jello with shredded carrots in it that causes problems. You know, even in Tupperware, this stuff goes bad after a week in hyperspace. Missionaries who have eaten this stuff have been known to develop a form of space madness.
Wow. Oh, look, here comes Zone Leader Hansen right now.
I have discovered the most incredible object. It allows us to view any period in the history of any planet. We can research early church history. This discovery will allow me to get reassigned back to Earth and leave you two losers far behind.
Great. Glad to hear it. What's that have to do with us?
Since you weren't having much luck in the field, I figured that you wouldn't mind watching my discovery while I go back to Starbase 182 and file my report. Hey, are you eating while I'm talking to you? Give me that.
Sorry.
Say, green jello, it's carrot shavings. I haven't had this since I left home.
But sir, I think you ought to know that...
Quiet, Lehigh. He's eating.
Shut up, the both of you, right now. This jello tastes funny.
He's gone mad. He's got space madness. We better go after him.
Okay. Hey, what's that thing right there?
You mean that natural arch that seems to be showing the History Channel?
Yeah, that thing. What is it?
I believe that who is it would be a more appropriate question.
Is that you that said that, Butch?
No. It must have been the natural arch over there. Okay, I'll play. Who are you, and what have you done with Zone Leader Hansen?
I am the guardian of forever. Hansen has entered through me into your world's past.
Entered through you?
Well, I guess we can get back to tracking now, huh, Lehigh?
No, we most certainly can't.
Huh?
We need to get Zone Leader Hansen back and cure his jello-induced space madness.
Come on now, Lehigh. He was a little weird before my mom's jello. Are we sure he's sick?
Where in our world's history is Hansen now, Guardian?
He was asking questions about Mormon history and about lime jello in particular. He entered as I was showing him the Relief Society meeting where sisters first began to experiment with lime jello.
Well, if he disturbs that meeting, the timeline of church history could be permanently changed. Let's go, Butch. Whoa! Will Zone Leader Hansen change church history? Can Butch and Lehigh get him to go before he does? Will the Relief Society let Hansen anywhere near their test kitchen? Tune in next time to hear Relief Society President Mulestein say...
I'm at a loss, sisters. We've tried shredded beets, cauliflower, radishes, eggplant, zucchini, and rutabaga. Nothing seems to go with this new lime jello stuff.
Excuse me, sister. I think we can help.
I don't think we should go against the Prime Directive, Bush.
How did you get in here? One wrong move and you'll see the business end of my skillet. Just like the last kid who wandered in here and tried to tell us how to conduct our business.
Other kid? Oh, hey, it's Zone Leader Hansen. She's knocked him out cold.
Nice going, ma'am. Wish I'd have been here to see it. Tell you what, we'll get him out of your way and you can go back to doing what you were doing. Oh, yeah, and you might want to try shredded carrots.
I warned you about meddling.
She's got a skillet. Run for it. Run. On the next liposuctioning episode of Space Elders.
All right, let's award Boner round one.
I'd be happy to do that. I have not seen the results yet, however, but let's review them, and by the time we get through with that, maybe the results will be in. And it's brought to you, this first round of Boner voting, brought to you in part by Pork Fried Rice.
You've had a lot of pork lately.
Listen, I could have pork
I'm not
every day.
judging, but-
I could have pork every. It sounded to me pretty judgmental.
It's just
I
an
could have-
observation.
I could have pork every single damn day.
Was it judgment or was it concern?
Yeah. Pork again?
What's the concern? Why would there be any concern about that?
Can it be good for you to have pork?
She's worried about an overdose.
Yes.
All right.
Okay.
You are overindulging sometimes.
No.
you know.
Pork is one of the building blocks of life.
Is it?
It's the other white meat. I know that.
That's right.
That was
And Gracie's open daily for lunch and dinner with brunch weekends till 3 p.m. Enjoy their heated patio, live music 4 nights a week, or watch your favorite sports. Gracie's at the corner of Broadway and West Temple, 21 and older only.
So there was boner candidate number one, Aaron Rodgers, who said he got some sort of holistic vaccination, which might have involved a jade egg in his rectum, apparently.
People are trying to blame Shailene Woodley for this.
Yeah, hippie. They say she's a hippie.
I don't blame her, no.
And then there's boner candidate number two, inked during landing, and it was caught on the video, a guy with a tattoo gun giving his friend a tattoo while their plane was landing. And then number three, I'm young and I'm rich and I can do what I want. A Florida TikToker arrested for provoking police into a high-speed chase. And I don't know why I don't have the results. Is there a problem? Is there a problem, though, Katie?
Not that I know of, but I do have the winner.
Okay.
Looks like Jeremy won the tickets to see Nate.
Okay.
And go figure, number 3 won.
I'm young and I'm rich and I can do what I want.
There you go. That is your winner of round one's boner voting. Goes forward to boner fight. Might be boner of the day. We got round 2 coming up here in about a half hour, 8:20. We'll start that with 3 more candidates, 3 different ones, and we'll get a winner there. Then we'll take both winners, put them against each other. You'll decide boner of the day at 9:20. That's when boner fight happens. All right, we got Sean Means reviewing movies in our next break coming up, including The Eternals. But let's get the mayor on the phone, shall we?
Salt Lake City Mayor Aaron Mendenhall. Are you on the line there, Mayor Mendenhall?
I am here. Top of the morning to you.
Good morning to you as well. So I'm glad you wanted to talk about this because I don't know.
I'm curious.
I kind of read some stuff about it, but I don't know exactly what it is that's being proposed to do with that neighborhood called the Ballpark neighborhood. So why don't you tell us about that and give people an idea of what that neighborhood is right now. Where is it? And
Sure. Yeah, it's about 9th South to 17th South, and about State Street to I-15. And of course, in the middle of that is the Smith Ballpark that the city owns, where the Bees play. And before that ballpark was even built, we've been playing baseball on that piece of land for over 100 years here in Salt Lake.
I remember it was Dirk's Field at one time.
That's right. And you know, the Trappers, I believe, still hold the winning streak in all of MLB for the longest winning streak. And that's the kind of things that we aren't telling the story of outside of the ballpark itself. And that's part of the plan that we just announced earlier this week, which is the station area plan for ballpark. It's looking more at like how do you get there and how do you move around when you're there. It's a transportation focused plan that tries to help us make the track station more accessible, helps us reimagine what is now just surface parking areas, not to make it harder to park in the area, but to have more activity and really more community assets. So we've known for a long time that neighborhood needs more of the kind of things that make it easier and more fun, frankly, to live in a neighborhood.
Yeah,
I was reading.
Aside from the ballpark, there just isn't much there.
There is Lucky 13. Thank heavens, there's Lucky 13 there. But there's a couple of great anchors too, like the Urban Indian Center, Utah Pride Center's there. Even the Road Home has their offices over there. Horizonte is there, but there's not a lot of that neighborhood activation. So this plan gives us ideas that we can execute on, like turning West Temple right there next to the ballpark into a festival street. That's a space that can be closed off more easily. You could have art festivals or farmers markets or block parties, reopen it when those things aren't going on, and then developing things like housing opportunities, maybe even daycare, healthcare clinic opportunities are on that list of ideas. But one thing I want to do without a doubt, is build a new library in the ballpark area.
Really?
It's the only missing wedge. Yeah, we did a library facilities assessment and looked at who are we serving in Salt Lake City. We've got incredible coverage all across the city, except for this piece of pie that is the ballpark neighborhood. So we announced that as part of this plan earlier this week.
Now I know there have been a lot of problems in that area. There's neighbors of people who live in that area have complained about the crime rate there, and there's been a place where homeless people have been gravitating as well. And so I would assume that this is all an attempt to help alleviate those problems.
Yeah, for decades, really, there's been kind of a climate of crime in and around the State Street area and Major Street area in this part of our city. So it's not the kind of an area, much like North Temple, where we can just, do some beautification on the street and it's going to become more safe for people to come and visit and live there. We really have to make these deep investments, and that's what the proposal talks about.
That would be a perfect place to have our Halloween parade.
Well, we'll talk about that.
Yeah,
Mayor, we want to talk to you about an idea that we have.
We want to have, yeah. So, which I think
it's intriguing. I'm intrigued.
You can already see it, can't you, Mayor Mendenhall?
I actually can, but I don't know why you're riding a camel, Bill.
Well,
why not?
It's a great vision. I hope it's a double humped camel, so it fit right in the middle.
Well, I always say a two humper or nothing.
Exactly.
I think that's an exciting idea, and I know that the library, the newest library in our system, I think is the one out on 3rd West.
Yeah, the Marmalade Library.
Yeah, the Marmalade Library, which is if you haven't been to that library, even if you don't live in that neighborhood, just go to that library. It's beautiful. It's just a terrific facility.
Well, really, the newest one, even though it's not exactly new, is the Sprague Library in Sugar House.
Oh, yeah. They've been working on that.
That's reopened now?
It's reopened, and it is amazing. And send your teenagers there. There's a whole room with free 3D printers and a million different kinds of printing materials and all these things that I can't explain, but my kids really like.
It's always been a great location, and it's one of the few libraries that are open on Sunday. At least it used to be.
Yeah, I wish I knew off the top of my head if it is, but check it out, Sprague Library, and hopefully soon a ballpark. So can I just tell people that we're about to open up in the next couple of weeks our usual 45-day public feedback period. And we want to hear from you. So if you come and you use the ballpark, even if you're not a resident of ours, we still want to hear from you. Then it'll go to the Planning Commission and the City Council. They'll incorporate those kind of comments and feedback, and hopefully it'll be approved and we can start building.
Awesome.
Sounds great, and I look forward to riding a camel next year.
We'll be in touch,
Mayor.
Mayor.
We'll have to work on getting that permit.
Well, we'll be in touch about a Halloween parade. This is an idea that has been gestating in our brains for about 8 years now, and so
I think the ballpark would welcome that.
Well, we'll talk about it.
All right. Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
Traffic, please, Gina.
Yeah, just looking though at that, it is closed. Sprague Library is closed on Sunday. The only library that's open on Sunday is the main library downtown.
Oh, okay.
Just so you know.
All right.
Traffic. The manhunt is over.
They get him,
and it's over because he's deceased.
Yeah.
What
I don't
happened?
know how I don't know if he deceased himself or what happened, but the manhunt in Taylorsville is over. I suspect that it will still be affecting traffic for a while, though, because that's a huge crime scene there. So I would still avoid that area if you can. Crash southbound I-15, 200 north in Layton, milepost 329. We have, this says 47 south is now open both directions. So maybe they are getting that up and running again. So that's good. Crash southbound Redwood Road, eastbound SR 201, the right lane is closed there. And northbound I-15, 80 is south in Midvale, the right shoulder being affected there. And if you see something, you can text us, 33986.
All right, we will take a break. We will be back. Sean Means reviewing movies after these. Also, round two of your boners and big boy news all coming up. Stand by. KXRK Provo.
Gina's back. So anyway, so anyway,
Carrie walked in and he said, "You're walking like some of your."
You're walking like somebody who had their guts ripped out.
You're walking like your insides are all wrong.
You know, because she was doing this.
Yeah.
And I started to tell Carrie, and then I said, "Wait, I'll tell you on the radio." What you should never do is go on message boards about surgery.
You should never go on message boards about anything. I don't care if it's the Incredible Hulk or surgery.
Well, you
just don't.
You know what you should do?
Yeah.
But you're curious, you know, you want to hear what other people's experiences are and what their recovery is, and
what happened?
And well, before the surgery, I went on a message board, and somebody was asking the question, you know, well, what fills in the hole where they take out what they take out? And
there's a hole there.
Well, the response was.
Well, now
the response was
the uterus is what we're talking about.
Yes.
And Gina's uterus weighed 43 pounds, which is
amazing.
It was the size of a medicine ball.
It was prize winning.
I'm a size 2 now because but they remove it, and the way the person in the message board explained it is, well, it's picture just having a big bowl of spaghetti and just taking a big scoop out of the bowl of spaghetti. It just kind of fills in where the hole is.
But that just takes a second.
Like spaghetti.
Kind of goopy.
You just watch the spaghetti fill in. It just takes a second.
Like biscotti.
So this is what I'm picturing my insides are like, a big bowl
Is
of
biscotti. Well, they're very much
spaghetti.
like that. Yeah. You know, surgeons train on spaghetti. Yeah, you didn't know that?
They do meatball.
They
roll.
do.
Delicious marinara sauce.
They do. That's why there's so many fat doctors.
And then they all have lunch. Well, we've trained on the spaghetti. Let's eat it.
Yeah.
This is what I'm picturing when they're wheeling me
And
into surgery.
and you know what they did with your uterus?
Lunch.
Yeah.
Spaghetti.
There's lunch. Who brought the marinara?
And so also on the message board you look at, you know, what's recovery like for this.
Well, I'm sure it's different for everyone.
Exactly.
And
I'm sure it's speedy and efficient.
It's different for everyone, but the worst one will be
on the message
what
board.
Gina has.
Well, I mean, it can't be the worst because I'm back to work now.
There will be people. There have to be people on the message boards who say, "Oh, I was cleaning my house 3
The
days
next
later.
day, yeah, there's that.
Why I ran a marathon.
Right. and then there's it's been 3 months and I still feel like crap, and usually the truth is somewhere in between.
Can we use the term vaginal prolapse in any?
I don't know.
Is that do we need to use that term?
We shouldn't.
Somebody's posted it. I don't think we
That's
should.
the thing that happens to the women that have 15 babies.
Oh.
And
That
the
doesn't
uterus climbs out on its own.
That ain't no damn good.
That's what that is.
That's where that needs to be fixed.
But it's nice to be back. I missed you guys.
Listen, in 1 hour, we have our second keyword in the $1,000 a day giveaway that we're doing.
Nice.
If you want to know how to play that game, it's real easy. You listen on the odds, 7, 9, 11, 1, 3, and 5 all day. We'll give you a keyword each time at the top of the hour. You text us that keyword. the more times that you enter on all of those different times for listening, the better your chance of winning the $1,000 a day. And this is a local contest. This is for our people. All right. All right. So we have that. Is this a sponsored feature?
Yes, the Nerd Store and Dr. Volts. Here's what's coming up. Lady Mechanical Volume 1, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, 80th anniversary of Aquaman, always at the Nerd Store and Dr. Volts Comics.
Well, here he is, Sean Patrick Means. He is a writer for the Salt Lake Tribune, writes on culture items and community items. He's a film reviewer. And you can, of course, read a lot of Sean's writing at sltrib.com. But all collected, as much of it as you can stand, you can get at moviecricket.net. Is that correct, Sean?
That is correct.
All right.
Good morning, and what are we talking about?
Well, we'll start with a couple on the artsy side here. Passing. This is a really beautiful movie that I saw at Sundance this year. It's based on a classic novel by Nella Larson from the Harlem Renaissance. It was like 1920s. About two light-skinned black women. One's played by Tessa Thompson, and she lives in Harlem as a black woman married to a doctor, played by Andre Holland. And the other one is played by Ruth Negga, and she lives as a white woman married to a racist husband, played by Alexander Skarsgård.
Oh, wow.
And although she likes to come up to Harlem and party, which threatens to bring scandal and bring the whole thing down on her. So.
Now, does her husband know? Her husband knows,
Nope.
right?
Nope.
Oh,
really?
He's
Yeah.
a racist.
He's a
How
yeah.
would he know?
Yeah.
And these are two great actresses. by
Oh,
the
aren't
way.
they though? Aren't they though? I mean, Tessa is amazing. Ruth Negga, if you saw her in Loving, if you heck,
yeah.
even if you
In
saw her on
anything.
Agents of Shield, for
Oh, yeah. She's next level.
She's great. This is really delicately handled. The writer-director, first-timer Rebecca Hall, who you know as an actress from Iron Man 3, Godzilla vs. Kong, all kinds of movies.
I know her as Peter Hall's daughter.
And here's the thing. She is, and she doesn't appear this, you're talking about passing for white. She's been doing that sort of her entire career because her mother has a black ancestry. I mean, from Detroit and all, and it was like a part of her personal history that she didn't know a lot about, and she had to sort of dig and research. And it informed. I mean, she's been wanting to do this movie for ages. She's like bought the rights, got the rights to the book and everything. She really digs into the whole idea of identity and how these two women's identity are defined by whether they appear as white or as black. It's filmed in black and white, which just adds another layer to it. It's just it's so gorgeous. This is one of the most gorgeous movies. It's playing at the Broadway, called Passing, and I gave it 3.5 stars.
Sean, speaking of Rebecca Hall, because she's been in movies, I just saw that one that she did a while ago called The Night House.
Yeah, this cool horror movie where suspense thriller she was in. Yeah,
suspense thriller, because it's sold as a ghost movie, but I don't know if it is. But anyway, we'll talk about that later.
Anyway,
Spencer. Let's go to Spencer.
This is a fascinating movie. This is a great attempt to sort of get inside the mind and heart of Princess Diana. It's a fictionalized account. It refers to it says at the beginning a fable based on a true event or something like that. It's a fictionalized account of what might have happened over a 3-day holiday at Christmas in 1991, which is when Diana was ready to tell Charles, "We're done. It's over. We're separated."
Wow.
Separated.
Okay. All right.
And having to because of his infidelity. The word Camilla is never used, but you know what we're talking about.
Yeah.
And the crushing pressure of being a public figure 24/7. And that doesn't stop in the country. There's Sandringham, which is the country castle where the royals go every year. And the staff and the other royals are constantly judging, and the paparazzi's outside the grounds with their telephoto lenses, and so she's always warned, keep the curtains drawn and everything. Having Kristen Stewart play Diana is kind of perfect, because if there's anybody alive who understands what it's like to be under that kind of microscope, it's Kristen Stewart, and she doesn't try to look or talk exactly like Diana, although the English accent is really good. But she gets it really something deeper, which is sort of how both Diana's fragility and then her maternal courage and spirit, because it's very obvious there's only one thing in this castle that matters to her, and that's William and Henry, or William and Harry,
the kids.
The kids. It's an amazing performance. There's already Oscar talk about it. She's just so good. The director here is Pablo Larraín, Chilean director. He did Jackie, which was Natalie Portman as Jackie Kennedy, and that was over like the 3 days after JFK's assassination when she had to plan the funeral and everything. Here, the stuff outside of Diana, the trappings of ridiculous wealth and the servants who see everything, it's really, really sharp, and it builds up the sort of claustrophobia that Diana must have been feeling, and Kristen Stewart really captures that as well. So it's really good. Spencer is playing it's playing in several theaters around town, and I give it 3.5 stars.
3.5 for Spencer.
Yeah.
All right. Fartsies, let's go to Red Notice.
Red Notice. This is an action comedy that brings together, that shows that if you hire big stars, it's not always enough. We got Dwayne Johnson as an FBI profiler who's in Rome helping track down the world's second greatest art thief. That's Ryan Reynolds.
Second
greatest art thief.
All right.
That's Ryan Reynolds. He's trying to steal some golden egg, MacGuffin something or other. One of three, an egg MacGuffin. No.
I like it.
One of three. There's one of three in a set. He's trying to steal the first one, and The Rock thinks he's caught the guy, but ends up instead being framed for the crime by the world's first greatest art thief, who's played by Gal Gadot.
Gal Gadot. Okay.
Well, are you sure this isn't a good movie?
Yes, because I watched it. So Johnson and Reynolds have to team up and escape from prison and then thwart Gal Gadot's plan to steal the other two eggs. And if you made a drinking game out of the number of times The Rock says, "We aren't partners," you would die of alcohol poisoning.
Wow.
So is The Rock the problem with this?
No, it's all three of them, really.
Okay.
This is what happens when you pay big star. I mean, they paid. This is Netflix's most expensive movie ever. They say.
Really?
They paid Ryan Reynolds $20 million. They paid Gal Gadot $20 million. They paid The Rock more because he's one of the producers.
Yeah.
And they paid the director, Russell Marshall Thurber, $10 million. He did Central Intelligence and Skyscraper with The Rock. He still hasn't hit the lofty heights from his first movie, Dodgeball.
I can't believe this isn't a good movie, Sean. All that money, those big stars, it has to be good.
It's what happens when you don't have grown-ups who can tell these people who made millions of dollars when things aren't going well. You know, it's like
that could be a problem.
There's not enough jokes. The action is routine. There's no chemistry, and it cribs so much from other movies. It turns into there's a hard left turn into the Indiana Jones territory at one point that is just come on.
Well, you don't want to tell them that because it brings them down.
Yeah, it does.
How many stars?
2 stars. It's in theaters this week, and then this Friday, and then next Friday it's going to be on Netflix, so you can ignore it from the safety of your couch.
Okay.
So 2 stars for Red Notice.
Okay.
All right. Eternals.
This is an odd mix because it's between the superhero action of a Marvel movie and the sort of ethereal, natural beauty of a Chloe Zhao movie. She's the director. She won the Oscar last year for Nomadland. She did The Writer. That's her style. It's very sort of out in nature, everything's at sunset sort of thing. The mix doesn't quite work, but it's interesting to sort of watch it try. This is based on a Jack Kirby comic title. Carrie could probably tell you everything about it.
No, actually, I couldn't. This is one of those that when we heard they were making a movie based on the Eternals, we went, "Are you sure?"
Well, superpowered beings land on Earth in prehistory with two missions. One is to sort of nudge gently the humans toward progress without being too obvious about it, and then the other is to fight these nasty monsters called deviants. And that they do. They eventually, over the centuries, knock out all the deviants and think, okay, we're done.
No,
we're done.
didn't.
We're done. And so they all go off their separate ways and go off and do different things. But then, present day London, a deviant shows up again, and so we have one Eternal, Cersei, played by Gemma Chan, who you know from Crazy Rich Asians and was in Captain Marvel in a different character,
different role.
She's there, and her thing is she's very empathic towards the humans, but also she can turn water into rock and rock into water and things like that. 2 more Eternals show up. One of them, Icarus, played by Richard Madden, Robb Stark from Game of Thrones.
Yeah.
He's very Superman. He flies. He has laser eyes. He's really strong.
You're so Superman.
Somebody actually makes a joke about it. It's great. There's a Superman joke in a Marvel movie, which I just thought was fun. so the Deviants are back, and the Eternals have to get the band back together, and which has some fun moments where you find out where they're up to. My favorite is Kingo, who shoots lasers or shoots bolts out of his hands, played by Kumail Nanjiani, and he's been working as a Bollywood movie star.
Some of the Eternals lay low, hiding in cabins in the woods. Others become huge stars.
Yeah,
you know?
It's like that.
Yeah,
and that's the good thing about Eternals is the character development is really strong. You have to learn 10 new characters, including Angelina Jolie, Salma Hayek, Brian Tyree Henry, but some good people here. And Chloe Zhao does a really good job of helping you tell them apart, which is always hard in one of these movies. It's even at 2.5 hours, you still have to you need a scorecard and everything to keep track of everybody. It's also good that it's a very diverse group. We've got Black, White, East Asian, South Asian, men, women, one deaf woman, and some LGBTQ representation. And we always could use more of that in our superhero movies. The problem is that the character stuff it seems at odds with the action stuff, and they just don't really mesh well together. I mean, it's not bad, but when you've got somebody who directed the Best Picture winner from last year, you hope for better, and I hope for better here. There are some cutscenes at the end. One of them is ridiculous. One of them is what Carrie knows what we're talking about.
Yeah.
One of them is ridiculous. The other one is the sort of thing that if Carrie were in the room, I would have turned around after and said, "Okay, who's that guy?"
I'm supposed to care who that is.
And again, these are the space comics that I didn't read when I was a kid, so I'd be able to go, well, I think it's that guy.
Well, I didn't even mention Kit Harington is in this too. So,
yeah, now that's a character. That's an interesting character.
Yeah.
Wait, we've got Jon and Rob.
We got Jon Snow and Robb Stark. Yes.
Yeah.
Yep. So Eternals, it's playing everywhere. It's a Marvel movie. You'll see it. You'll see it on the back of your eyeballs when you sleep. And I'm giving it 3 stars.
All right, 3 stars for the Eternals.
It sounds pretty good the way you describe it.
It sounds good. It sounds good on paper. It just doesn't quite come off as well as it could.
I'll let you know. I'm going to go see it on Monday after the show.
Carrie will say everything I said was wrong. That's fine.
No. I wanted to succeed, but I don't know. I just don't know. It was strange seeing. I was at the grocery store yesterday, and there was a Pez dispenser that Jack Kirby could have designed of a celestial, and I went, this is worlds colliding. This is weird. This shouldn't. I'm glad I have this, but I shouldn't have this.
Right.
What's this doing in Harmon's?
So, all right. What's next week?
Next week there's Clifford the Big Red Dog, and Katie is shaking her head, and I think I'm with her. I haven't seen it yet, but yeah. If they pulled Sonic the Hedgehog for a year because of bad teeth, I don't know why they didn't look at the trailer for this and go, start over.
Stupid book to begin with.
Yeah, well, for kids, it's fine.
It's totally unbelievable.
Yeah.
Too big.
The dog is way too big.
Way too red. Too red and too big.
Yeah,
not plausible.
How did he get red? Explain that.
Yep. The other one coming out next week is Belfast. This is Kenneth Branagh's semi-autobiographical story about childhood in Northern Ireland in 1969, all done in black and white. It's got Jamie Dornan and Catriona Balfe as the parents. Catriona Balfe was the star of Outlander, so you would possibly recognize her. And Judi Dench's grandma. So,
all right,
okay. All right, Sean Means, thank you very much. You can read Sean's stuff, sltrib.com, or go to moviecricket.net. Thank you, Sean.
Thank you.
Thank you. Traffic, please, Gina.
Crash southbound I-15, 91st south. That's milepost 295. It's off to the left shoulder. Crash southbound I-15, 200 north in Layton. That is on the right as well. That earlier police incident has now opened 47 south in both directions, so that's been an issue, but shouldn't be any longer, it looks like. And I'll check our message stream. Nope, nothing there, but if you see something, please text it to us, 33986, and I'll pass it along to friends of the program.
Boners round 2 coming up. Here are the candidates you will consider. Number 1, hey, they're dissecting Grandpa at the Oddities Expo.
All right.
Boner candidate number 2. Well, it stands to reason. If he stole a car that needed some work, he had to steal some tools, too. And boner candidate number 3, it was a happy birthday bonfire.
All right, boners for round 2, big boy news, all coming up after these. X96.
I haven't dyed my goatee.
Don't. Looks
I'm not,
stupid.
I'm not going to. You, however, Gina, should.
Dye my goatee?
I think
Is
so.
it embarrassing?
It is. It's getting to be embarrassing.
People are talking.
You dye your hair and you dye your eyebrows, but you just let your nose hairs and your and your goatee go. And when you have gray nose hairs and a gray goatee,
I've been nose waxing. I've been going to your nose
You
wax
have?
place. Yes. What do you can't tell?
no, I don't make a habit of looking up your nostrils.
Good, I'm glad.
I looked up your old address one time, but I didn't. But I've never looked up your nostrils. Why do you go more than? I mean, I go once every 3 months or
They
something.
call me, don't they call you? It's been about a month since you've been in.
No.
Got to get on that frequent waxer program.
There's a punch card.
Have you had Jules do it?
No, because the first time I went to somebody else, and so now I'm on.
Well, see,
her.
I think Jules is kind of a hippie or something.
She's a free spirit.
She doesn't. She does. She said. I think she said one time she'd call me, and then she never does.
No. This girl's like, Valentine's Day's coming up. You might want to get your nose waxed before Valentine's, because that's what you do before.
See, you haven't noticed any hairs hanging out my nose.
Well, it's hard because you've got a mustache, so it's hard to tell where the nose hairs begin and the.
So until it becomes really obvious, I don't have anything. I don't have any need to do it.
What's gross is when it is really obvious, even when you have a mustache. The nose hairs. Because I think some people think, well, I don't need to take care of that.
And it's usually just one rogue hair I'll notice. I'll go, wait a minute. Oh, my God.
That's why I keep tweezers in the car. Best light. Best place to do that.
In the car?
In the car with your visor down in the mirror. The light's great. You can get right up in there.
You might try concentrating on the driving
Well,
part
I'm
of
not
it.
doing it while I'm driving.
What do you?
If you see me in a parking lot, I'm probably plucking a hair out of somewhere.
I'd better pull over and pluck a hair out of something.
You've never looked in that mirror in the bright sunlight and gone, "Oh, I didn't know I had hair there."
Yeah, well, I have, but I can't.
Tweezers in
but,
your car.
But it's only when I'm standing on the seat. That's the only time I've ever
Standing on the
noticed. It's when I'm standing on the seat and bending over to reach something. I didn't know I had hair there.
Wait a minute.
Somebody get me some tweezers and a long arm. So anyway, I guess we ought to start the show.
Thank you.
Ow! I don't tweeze the hairs in my nose because it brings a tear to my eye.
Oh.
Every time I do it, it's like you pull it, and doesn't it do that to you?
Sure.
Doesn't it make your eye go blink? And
That's how I can get away with seeing Chappie in the theaters, because the robot's going to die at some point.
Okay, it is 8:22. Let's get to round 2 of your boner voting. Here we go. 3 news stories. These be examples of bad, stupid, or funny human behavior, and you'll decide with your vote of these 3 which one be the worst, which one should go forward to boner fight, possibly becoming boner of the day. If it wins here, it'll go up against the winner of round 1's voting. We did that an hour ago. Don't worry about that. Well, do worry about that. Look at it. Look at the winner. And then vote in this round strategically so that we get a good boner fight at 9:20, because we'll take the winner of round 1 and the winner of this round 2 and put them together, and you'll decide boner of the day at that time. So let's send one of these 3 forward now. 2 candidates now, a third after the news. Once you've heard all 3, then you'll vote, and one of you lucky random boner voters will receive.
I can't buy it. Gotta win it. Radio from Hell boner T-shirt.
You know, you can vote strategically, or you can just vote your heart too. Just vote your heart, and may the best candidate win. Like maybe this one. Number 1, they're dissecting Grandpa at the Oddities Expo. Portland, Oregon. A family who thought that their grandfather's body would be donated to science learned that he ended up as a sideshow for an oddities event, dissected in front of a paying public audience in the middle of a hotel event room across the country.
Whoa.
The body of David Saunders, a 97-year-old World War II veteran, ended up in the ballroom of the Portland, Oregon Marriott Hotel, where people paid up to $500 for tickets to see a live autopsy in person. Wow. You heard of these events, these oddities expos?
No.
There was one. They did one in Salt Lake, I believe, fairly recently.
Wow.
The family discovered what happened to their grandfather's body only after an undercover journalist from Seattle news outlet King 5 attended the October event and spotted the man's name on a tag hanging from the body. The autopsy, performed by a retired college anatomy professor, included several hours of dissection, slicing into the chest cavity, removing organs, removing the brain. Mike Clark, a funeral director in Baton Rouge, Louisiana, handled Saunders' body after his death. Mr. Clark told King 5 that he had passed the body to a private company called MedEd Labs, which claimed to solicit corpses for medical research purposes. That company that then sold the body to Jeremy Siliberto, who is the founder of deathscience.org, who partnered with the Oddities and Curiosities Expo to hold the cadaver autopsy event. Siliberto said he bought bodies for this event for more than $10,000. The Oddities and Curiosities Expo is a traveling event that hosts vendors and offers classes like taxidermy for jackalopes and two-headed ducks and, freaks
Weird
of nature.
stuff.
Yeah. We truly have something weird for everyone at our shows, the Expo's website says. All items you see at our shows are legal to own and sustainably sourced. Siliberto advertised these events on his TikTok account. But can you imagine? Then the journalist contacts this family, and that's our grandpa they're using.
Wow.
Jeez. Boner candidate number 1. They're dissecting Grandpa at the Oddities Expo. Here's boner candidate number 2. Well, it stands to reason. Look, if he stole a car that needed some work done on it, he had to steal some tools, too. A New York man is behind bars in Wilmington, Delaware, for allegedly breaking into an auto parts store and stealing tools so that he could fix a car that he had stolen.
Okay.
Troopers were... See, that's...
No, it's a good one.
Troopers were dispatched to the Firestone store because the burglar alarm was going off. They noticed a hole in the garage door window, saw 61-year-old Thomas Gordon walking through the parking lot. Police learned that Mr. Gordon parked the car, which was reported stolen out of New York, at the store, and then broke into the store to steal some tools because the car needed some work, you see. So, I mean, it stands to reason if he stole a car that needed some work, he had to steal some tools, too. Boner candidate number 2.
Yeah.
Coming up in a moment, boner candidate number 3, it was a happy birthday bonfire.
Boner candidate number 3 for round 2 coming up after this. Big boy news and opinioendo brought to you by
Clark Planetarium is the go-to destination for people of all ages to learn about space and science. Open daily with 3 floors of free exhibits and 2 state-of-the-art theaters, sure to inspire. Visit Clark Planetarium today.
Part of Taylorsville surrounding a gas station had to be locked down after shots were fired at an officer early this morning, according to police. A massive manhunt was underway for the suspect, who police say fired shots at an officer near 47th South and 22nd West. The manhunt ended after several hours when the suspect was found, this would be so awful, was found hiding in a window well of somebody's house. And when officers approached, this person took his own life. The good news is the officer is okay, not injured. Police say it all started around 4:20 a.m. when a Taylorsville patrol officer was responding to the report of a suspicious vehicle in the parking lot of the Speedway convenience store, which is right at the corner of 4700 South and 22nd West, or 2200 West, rather. As the officer approached, the man who was either in or near the vehicle took off, I believe, on foot. The officer ran after him on foot and just a short distance away, but then police say the individual opened fire on the officer, shooting multiple times. The officer returned fire before retreating for cover. The suspect disappeared into the night, and that began the massive search. Police implemented a reverse 911 call. Have you ever gotten one of those? I have. It's kind of odd, but your phone will ring and it's 911 calling you.
Saying shelter in place.
Yeah, so they called people living in the area where they were searching and urged them to stay inside their homes. Meanwhile, officers and K9s, dogs, searched the area as a helicopter was overhead. It was pretty chaotic and pretty exciting and tense for a while. But they did finally locate the guy, and it's all over now. And there will be more, I'm sure, to come about what happened there. In case you missed it, Kanye West has shaved off his eyebrows.
I do have an alert, a news alert that I get any latest.
So you did know then?
Yes. First, I woke up to that this morning.
Okay. So why has Kanye done this? And he's not saying at this point.
Don't try to figure out why he does anything.
Because he's crazy.
No, he's an artist.
All I know is that, the eyebrows are there for a reason. They're to keep things out of your eye and, from dripping down on your forehead. It's just going to go right into his eye now. It's just going to...
It's going to be hell for Kanye. He didn't realize that, I bet, when he was...
Didn't think it through.
He should have.
Think it through.
But I do know this. His ex-wife, Kim Kardashian, is enjoying the company of Pete Davidson.
What is going...
As so many women have.
They had a secret dinner rendezvous on Tuesday night, and Kim said, I think my ex-husband has shaved off his eyebrows.
To which Pete Davidson said, okay.
All right. They had some pizza, and he said, that sounds great.
Okay.
All right. Utah educators say that they are relieved that kids are starting to get the vaccination.
Yes.
The first dose of the reduced Pfizer vaccine for kids, educators breathing a sigh of relief. I know that there are a number of students, particularly with social needs, that are really celebrating today, knowing that they will be able to be more protected, said Heidi Matthews, president of the Utah Education Association. She said she hopes that this will bring back more attendance and more face-to-face learning. She also hopes staff and substitute teachers will feel more comfortable coming to work. I think that it's very likely that there will be some more interest in substitute teaching, particularly with our retired educators who come back into the classroom having that level of security, she said.
There have been schools that have had to shut down because they don't have enough substitute teachers. So this is good news.
This is a story. Well, police smashed their way into a suburban house in Canberra, Australia, on Wednesday and rescued a 4-year-old girl whose disappearance from her family's camping tent on Australia's remote west coast more than 2 weeks ago horrified and captivated the nation. They're out camping. The 4-year-old girl is stolen from their campsite. Officials wept with relief after seeing body camera video of a police officer scooping up the little girl, Cleo Smith, and hearing her say, "Hi, my name is Cleo." A 36-year-old local man arrested after the late-night raid at the house in the coastal town of Carnarvon, which followed a tip to the police on Tuesday.
Yeah, I was going to say, how'd they find her?
The girl was somebody saw him with her or knew something about it and tipped off the police. The girl was reunited with her mother, Ellie Smith, and stepfather, Jake Glidden. Soon after the rescue, our family is whole again, the mother said on social media. Western Australia State Police Commissioner Chris Dawson would not detail what the girl had gone through. She's as well as you could expect, Dawson said. This has been an ordeal. I won't go into any more details other than to say we're thankful that she is alive. So police here in Salt Lake have an unusual guest. Somebody dropped off an injured hawk to the police station. It was a red-tailed hawk. It was brought in by someone who had noticed the hawk a few days in a row and seeing that the bird couldn't fly. The person scooped it up and brought it to the public safety building. The department tweeted out a video of what they believed. They said they thought it was an eagle, but quickly the Division of Wildlife Resources said, no, that's a hawk. Officials say the hawk has a broken wrist bone on its left wing and will be taken to rehabilitation for x-rays and other assessments up in Ogden. And then somebody also spotted abandoned bunnies on the side of the road at Cottonwood Heights.
Oh.
Three abandoned bunnies. There was a photo of them. They were left behind on Wednesday. Somebody saw a car stop and just shove the bunnies out to the side of the road and then take off. Now the rescue, the Humane Society said they could have just called us and we would have taken them.
Yeah, I don't.
Instead of letting them loose like on a busy street, come on, give them a chance.
The police department picked up the bunnies and they are now caring for them. They will find them a nice home, I'm sure. And drug users are they're getting very nostalgic.
I am not.
For old school heroin.
In my day.
Why can't we, this fentanyl crap, why can't we just get some good old-fashioned horse?
The pure stuff.
We need some H around here. Apparently, now...
It's because fentanyl's super dangerous.
It is very dangerous, and there is something to it, that, if you just have heroin, you know what you're dealing with. It's just weird that, can't we get some old-fashioned heroin anymore?
Let's face it, good old-fashioned heroin is plenty addictive, all right?
Sure.
You don't need to add the other stuff.
Sure.
The pure stuff is plenty addictive.
All right, that's it.
All right. Sports, weather, traffic.
Well, wait, I kept thinking you were going to bring this up in the news, Bill, but Henry Ruggs...
Oh, I did see this, yeah.
Has been charged with 2 felonies after he was involved in a crash that left a woman dead on Tuesday. So he played for the Raiders. He doesn't anymore. They let him go. Let's see. He appeared in court where his bail was set at $150,000. Prosecutors asked for a much higher bail of $1 million after laying out some of the shocking circumstances of the car crash. He was traveling 156 miles per hour in his Corvette before his vehicle crashed into the rear of a Toyota RAV4, killing the 23-year-old driver and her dog.
Wow.
Blood alcohol content was 1.61, more than twice the legal limit at the time of the crash. His girlfriend was in the car, too, and she was hurt. The Raiders have released him, And yeah, so there's that. RSL had a chance to secure a playoff berth and win the Western Conference with a win at home against the Portland Timbers on Wednesday. That did not happen. They lost 3-1 to the Timbers, who have now guaranteed themselves a home playoff game with that win. Jazz tonight are on the road. They're in Atlanta to play the Hawks. We're all fingers crossed that Donovan Mitchell's ankle is okay. 5:30 for that game. That's sports. Weather, just beautiful. Several days we have here. 67 for a high today. It'll be warm and sunny. Friday, Saturday looks like we stay in the mid to upper 60s. Next chance for some rain looks like doesn't happen until Sunday night into Monday. Traffic, we have a crash northbound I-15 exit 351 to SR 126. This is up in Box Elder County at Far West. It's off to the right shoulder. We have a crash northbound US 89 20th North in Harrisville. Crash southbound I-15 91st South in Sandy. It's off to the left shoulder. And let me check our message stream, see if anybody sent anything in there. Nope, but if you do see something, please feel free to send it to us, 33986.
All right, here's boner candidate number 3. It was a happy birthday bonfire. Slipknot's concert in Phoenix, Arizona was paused for roughly 30 minutes so that a large fire in the crowd could be extinguished. The bonfire at the back of the crowd, which was lit on the lawn of the outdoor amphitheater, seemed to shoot up at least 30 feet into the air. The crowd actually sang happy birthday to guitarist Mick Thompson just minutes before the fire got out of control, or nearly out of control. A user on setlist.fm reported that the fire started as Slipknot performed All Out of Life near the end of their set. The delay to put the fire out apparently forced Slipknot to cut the song's duality and spit it out from their set. Those are fan favorites, by God. And they had to cut them. A large number of fans caught the fire with their camera phones. Fortunately, no one was injured. But boner candidate number 3. It was a happy birthday bonfire.
All right, let's review the first 2 and vote.
Let's see. We had boner candidate number 1, which was they're dissecting Grandpa at the Oddities Expo. Family finding their dead grandfather being dissected at a public pay-for event. Pay $500 to watch an autopsy in a hotel room.
Yeah, I mean, you'd think if you don't, Bill, you're donating your body to science.
Yeah.
I'm sure your hope is that it's going to be in a school.
My assurance is,
yes.
I've got the form right here. It's the University of Utah.
Okay, good.
Not Ed somebody from the Oddities Expo. Boner candidate number 2 stands to reason he stole a car that needed some work. He had to steal some tools too, and that title pretty much explains what it is. And boner candidate number 3, it was a happy birthday bonfire.
All right, here we go. This is round 2 of your boner voting. You've got to decide these 3 candidates, which one is the worst, which one deserves to go forward to boner fight, possibly becoming boner of the day, going up against the winner of round 1's voting, which we did an hour ago. So we'll take both of the winners, one from each round, and put them against each other. You'll decide boner of the day at 9:20. But before we get there, we got to send one of these 3 candidates from this round 2 forward. 1, 2, or 3. Remember your candidate number, the one that you think should win. Put that single digit in the message of a text, and then text that to 33986. Or you can call. Use your voice. Speak to the producer's booth at 877-602-9696. Or you can go online, x96.com, looking for the box that says Boner Voting November 4, 2021, and vote there. You have until the end of these messages to do it. Let's go. It's round 2.
Dear Carrie, Bill, and Gina, although Gina wasn't here when this happened, I don't believe. I've been listening to Radio from Hell since I was 14 or 15. I'm now 30, and I still spend my mornings listening to you all as I commute to work. I value your opinions, and for the most part, I share your ultra-liberal way of thinking. I often find myself quoting you when discussing politics or even just life events. It would be safe to say that I'm a loyal fan. However, one of my biggest pet peeves continues to pop up on the show, and I can't take it anymore. I'm a millennial. I was born in 1988, the heart of the millennial generation. Over the years, the term millennial has become an insult or comedic point for many, including myself. We are the generation of participation trophies and lackluster work ethic. Where my issue falls is this: the constant misuse of the term millennial. A millennial is anyone born between 1981 and 1996. So, yes, producer Katie is definitely a millennial. And the segment where you asked her all of the nostalgic questions was quite funny. But looking at the years that millennials were kids, you wouldn't think it's that odd that a millennial would know what you were talking about. I mean, I could easily answer every one of the questions. It wasn't that hard. Perhaps I'm wrong, but it seems that you all think a millennial is much younger than they truly are. For the most part, millennials are in their late 20s, early 30s. We are the children of the late 80s and 90s. So it says, yet every other episode or so, there's a comment from you all about millennials and what we don't know. The breaking point was on the 17th when Bill made a comment about millennials getting into the TV show The Office. For the love of God, Bill, millennials were watching The Office when we were in junior high and high school. Maybe it's just silly of me to get so worked up.
It is.
But millennials didn't eat Tide Pods. So fault is for our real mistakes. I love you all. I'm just annoyed by this. Probably I'm entitled, emotional, and a millennial. Love always, Molly. Well, Molly's right. So I looked it up. The generations. They name each generation.
I feel like I've read conflicting things on when the millennial ends and begins. So if she is correct, and you confirm that, then I'm a millennial too. I'm an older millennial, but I would still be a millennial.
Here's what it is. Some generations are known by one name only, as like baby boomers.
Okay.
That's what I would be. Names for other generations is a matter of some dispute among experts, but here are some of the things that we agree on. Oh, there's a chart at x96.com/live.
Okay.
Here's how and William Strauss, they're demographers, describe millennials. Millennials would be between 1980 and 2000, also known as Generation Y. Okay?
Okay.
So let's...
80 to late 90s. All right?
Yeah. And let's see. So people from 2000 to the present would be known as either the silent generation, the new silent generation, or Generation Z. Okay? But so then there's another one, the Population Reference Bureau. They have a little different, so there are different ones. But generally, millennials are between 1980 to 2000.
To late 90s, yeah.
Yeah, and that one is pretty set in all of these. But then there's, the silent generation, the baby boomers. That's 1946 to 64. Generation X, that was 65 to 79. And millennials, then present, they're calling the present new silent generation or Generation Z. So, but she's right, millennials, we just have I have the tendency to think of anybody who's really young is a millennial, and that's not true.
From now on, you're all young'uns.
Gen Z.
There you go.
Yeah.
You're young'uns. That's the title. That applies to everybody.
Young'uns?
Young'uns.
Okay.
My dad would say. All right, let's see. It's 8:48. Let's award round 2 of your boners.
And round 2 of the boner voting is brought to you in part by even more delicious pork fried rice.
And there are hundreds of families experiencing homelessness this year. X96 invites you to be a child advocate. Drop off a gift card for Target, Amazon, Walmart, or Visa at the Advocates in Ogden, American Fork, or Murray. Please help. Every child deserves an advocate.
All right, we had boner candidate number 1. You know, they're dissecting Grandpa down there at the Oddities Expo. A family finding that their dead grandfather's body was somehow sold to, it's like a sideshow attraction, an Oddities
Not the
Expo.
thing you expect when you donate your body.
No. And, yeah. So that was their grandpa being dissected. $500 a pop. They sold tickets to see this happen. Boner candidate number 2 was stands to reason if he had a stolen car that needed some work, he had to steal some tools too. And boner candidate number 3, it was a happy birthday bonfire at a Slipknot concert. The number 2 and number 3 didn't
get a lot of traction.
Didn't get much traction, no.
Okay.
Number 1, the Oddities Expo, dissecting Grandpa, over 100 votes.
Yeah.
Wins round 2.
There you go. That's the winner of round 1, or 2, excuse me. It'll go up against the winner of round 1, is what I meant to say. Coming up at 9:20, you'll vote between those 2 candidates to determine who is boner of the day at 9:20. That's when Boner Fight happens. Go ahead and hit that introduction jingle there, Katie, for Robert Gehrke.
Who's that journalist? The pickle guy. Gehrke! Gehrke! Radio from Hell on X96.
Thank you.
It's Salt Lake Tribune columnist Robert Gehrke. Good morning, Mr. Gehrke. How are you?
Hey, good morning, guys. I'm doing well. How are you?
Pretty well. I wonder what's on your mind mostly these days. Is it the redistricting? Is anybody paying attention to that other than the political insiders and columnists like you?
Yeah, I hope people are. I mean, there were a lot of people who turned out at that legislative hearing this week where they were encouraging legislators to pay attention to that Independent Redistricting Commission's maps that they recommended. I'm not sure that that's going to have the effect. I mean, but next week, if the public is interested, the legislature is going to roll these maps out in a meeting on Monday. We might actually see them as early as tomorrow, but the hearing on it is on Monday, and then the special session is going to be on Tuesday. And so you've kind of got very little time to actually see these maps, digest them, and try to encourage your legislators to act as you would like to see them act. I mean, the public seems to want the independent commission's maps, but it's hard to know because we haven't even seen the legislative ones yet.
So we voted to establish an independent commission to make recommendations to the legislature about redistricting. And this is important for any number of reasons. It determines it determines who represents you in Congress. It has implications for the school board and all of that kind of stuff. So the voters said, we want this to be independent. We want it to stay as far away from Democrat, Republican infighting as much as possible. And then the legislature said, okay, great, but we'll just decide whatever we want anyway.
Yeah. I mean, the concern is that, you know, that the legislature is going to gerrymander these districts and make them as favorable to the dominant Republican Party as they possibly can. And so, you know, and that would entail probably splitting Salt Lake County 3 ways, possibly 4 ways. And that dilutes the voice of Salt Lake County residents is the feeling that, well, I have, and frankly, probably you guys share.
Yes.
And so, yeah, I mean, that's really what's on the line here is whether the Democrat or progressive portion of the state is going to have a voice in Congress going forward. So yeah, it's important. It's important. It comes down to power, and who's going to represent the state of Utah in Congress and at the legislature as well.
Let's talk a little bit about Mike Lee. Introducing bill after bill after bill in the United States Senate to try and prevent what he calls a vaccine mandate, which is a naked power grab by the Biden administration to force people.
Right.
And what did he call it today? And I saw the quote.
Barbaric.
Barbarism.
Yeah. Barbarism. Yeah.
What? Why?
First of all, kudos for a 4-syllable word, Mike. Way to go. I just wish you knew what it meant.
I don't.
Yeah.
Is he just playing? He just playing to the cheap seats? Is that all he's doing?
Yeah, he got his thesaurus out and figured out what barbarism is. He thought it had something to do with haircuts, I think. I think what we're seeing is that Mike Lee's in an election year, and this is going to play well to the people who actually elect him, which are the Republican primary voters. So he's got to, he's going to kiss up to those people who, are going to reelect him or not this next year, and he's, so it's a stunt. I mean, I do believe that he doesn't like this mandate, but I think he also knows how things work in Congress well enough to know that this doesn't have a prayer of passing. Because even if he did somehow get it through the Senate, it would have to go through the House, and it's just not going to happen. So it's grandstanding. It's a political play for to shore up the base and heading into his reelection.
And so that's how Republicans are running for office is on nothingness like this. This is what they're running on.
Well, I mean, I'll be honest. The Democrats are making it pretty easy by not being able to do anything
I agree.
On the other side.
I agree.
It's pretty frustrating to see, everything that Democrats, the entire Biden agenda getting held up by Joe Manchin and Kristen Sinema, and then obviously the Republican senators as well.
Who is the Democrat Steve Bannon and I'm serious about that. They need a crazy marketing person that knows how to do this. We need to find that person.
The evil savant, right?
James Carville.
Maybe that's the problem. I mean, Republicans have always been better, though, about discipline and messaging than Democrats have been. So, this is nothing new, and it's just. But it's hurting. I mean, it's obviously hurting Biden. It's hurting the Democratic Party because we saw what happened in Virginia in that governor's race. That was one that probably shouldn't have been close and ended up going to the Republicans. So New Jersey was another one. I mean, New Jersey has been a pretty steady Democratic state. He had a Democratic incumbent, and he's barely squeaking that one out. So
that one's being
hurting
called
the party and heading into midterms.
And I'll give this to the Republicans. They don't attack each other. I'll give them that. Where us Democrats, for some reason, we all can't. This rule that we don't attack each other that they have, it works for them. We don't adopt that.
I mean, that was always Reagan's rule, right? But Trump's rule is a little different because he certainly attacks Liz Cheney and Mitt Romney and anybody who doesn't agree with him. It's sort of the new breed of Republican that sort of abandoned that historic. Do no harm kind of principle.
Well, the Democrats they have a big problem and make a big mistake by trying to listen to everybody's ideas.
Yeah, I know. It's crazy, isn't it?
I mean, everybody. Let's consider everybody's ideas.
I mean, the Republican platform can fit on a bumper sticker because it's that light, where ours is like 400 things, and we can't put it all on. Anyway, go ahead.
It's just, nope. That's their platform.
Exactly.
So,
well, Bob, it's always a pleasure to talk to you. We have to go and keep stirring it up, okay?
I'll do my best. Thanks, you guys, for having me.
All
Thank
right.
you. Thank you, Robert. Traffic, please, Gina.
Signal problems, 45th South Atherton Drive. That's 8th West in Taylorsville. Treat that as a four-way stop. Crash southbound I-15, 1700 North in Salt Lake. It's affecting the right shoulder there. Southbound I-15 crash 200 North in Kaysville. The center lane is closed there. And let me check our message stream, see if friends of the program have anything to say about it. Nope. They don't like Mike Lee. You're welcome to text that into us if you like, 33986.
All right.
Is Mike Lee causing any traffic problems anywhere?
No, not that I can
Somewhere.
see.
Oh, okay.
In my heart and mind, he is. Let's get to, coming up after this, we got your second word in the $1,000 a day giveaway. We release code words, text words at 7, 9, 11, 1, 3, and 5 every day. And if you text in, collect them all and text them all in, your odds increase of winning that $1,000 a day that we are giving away. So stand by. The instructions are, it's really easy. You just, when you hear the word, you text it in. Boom. Coming up after these messages, KXRK Provo.
I don't like breathing through my mouth. I prefer my nose. I think that's what it was designed for. Your mouth was designed for other things, and the nose is for breathing.
But sometimes you have to breathe through your mouth.
I can't.
You know that.
You cannot. Well, what we hear on the radio would give lie to that, but because we hear a lot of on the radio. But
So they said we have a snorkeling class. We don't need the snorkel. No, I want the snorkeling class. I want to know.
Sure.
So we took the kids to the snorkeling class, and they stop at Molokini, and I am terrified. I really am, because I'm not only scared of breathing through my mouth with my face underwater, but I'm scared of sharks. I am. Okay, Jaws ruined me.
Sure.
And it's just a boat out in the middle of the water, and you're getting off the boat, and
it's deep.
And it's deep.
You can't see the bottom.
And they said, "Do you want a noodle?" Yeah, I want a noodle. Give me the noodle.
To just hang on to.
My kids and my husband, no noodle.
No.
They just jumped in the water. I took 2 noodles. When I looked around and made sure that everybody that wanted a noodle had a noodle.
You weren't the only one.
Right.
There was an extra noodle.
Yeah.
Those noodles have been cooked earlier, though.
Yes.
And so we're out in the water, and the guy at the snorkel class said, "Don't put the mouthpiece in until you're ready. You can just put the goggles on and get used to the water, and then put it in." So I'm out there just with the goggles on, hanging on to the noodle, and I'm thinking, I don't need to do any more than this. Nobody needs to know if I'm actually snorkeling or not. My kids are snorkeling, my husband's snorkeling. But then they have a underwater cameraman come out. He comes over to your group. He's like, "Get your group together and go under, and I'll take a picture under the water." So now I'm panicking. I'm like, I can't hide from my family anymore that I'm not putting my face in the water, because camera guy wants underwater picture.
And, of course, you have to do that.
Well,
you couldn't just say to your family, "I really can't do this."
No. And I didn't want Joe to know I wasn't snorkeling, because he's off snorkeling. He's not looking at me. I'm like, okay, I can totally do this.
All right.
Put the mouthpiece in, stick my face in, underwater camera guy's there. And I'm like, is he done yet? Is he done yet? Is he done yet?
Because you're not breathing?
No.
You're just holding your breath? Because even though you can breathe through the snorkel apparatus.
I can't, though.
Yeah, you can.
But I did it. I put my face in the water for the picture, and that was it. So as far as I'm concerned, I snorkeled.
No. Didn't see any fish.
No.
No. Didn't. Nothing.
No. I floated around on the noodle. I put my face in the water. But I'm telling you, if the camera guy hadn't harassed me into putting my face in the water, I wouldn't have.
Didn't see any fish. And I'm sure your
I've
family.
seen fish.
Did you see the fish? Did you see the turtles?
I can
Did you
Google,
see the
Google fish
You
right
can-
now, and I
know.
can see them.
Yes,
There's
I know.
probably
Sure,
a
you
live Molokini underwater camera right now that I could find online, and I
Probably.
could see everything happening there right now.
Right, which is way better than what you did. Which is way better than what you actually did by being
I
there.
got in the water.
Okay, fine.
It's time for your next keyword in the 1K a day cash bribe. 7, 9, 11, 1, 3, 5. There's a different keyword at each of those times. Now, your best chance of winning that $1,000 a day is by texting in the keyword at each of those times. So it's more entries. So, the 9 o'clock word is Rockwell. ROCKWELL. All one word, Rockwell. Text that to 33986 for your chance at today's $1,000.
Well, you'll have to excuse me because I have to use the bathroom.
Line. Spell it with me now. L-I-N-E. And we'll use it now in some dialogue featuring our good friends LeVar and LeGrand. Imagine, if you will, the boys have gotten together for lunch at the High Spot Cafe. The word again is line.
Well, this is good postum here to the High Spot, LeVar.
Look, the words good and postum never go together, LeGrand. Now, the coffee here is mighty fine, but don't tell me there's any difference in any postum you get anywhere. It's all horse pee.
Well, I like it. And that actor guy sure must have gotten rich off on us Utahns when he invented this caffeine-free beverage. Yeah, that Tom Postum has always been funny on the Newhart shows, and he's made a great all-weather beverage, too.
Whoa. Whoa. Now, this song sure brings back the memories. I didn't know they had Madonna music on the jukebox here.
Well, why does it bring back memories for you, LeVar? Do you remember what you was doing the first time you heard the song?
Heard it? Hell, I helped Madonna write it.
Uh-huh. And I had tea with the Queen of England the other day.
I ain't lying, LeGrand. Me and Madonna had kind of a thing for a couple of months back in '87. I guess you could say Madonna was my girlfriend.
Do tell.
If I'm lying, I'm dying, LeGrand. Yep. Miss Chacon and me, that's a real name, you know, was sitting in the breakfast nook one morning after a night of truth or dare, if you know what I mean. So anyway, the phone rings. Madonna answers it and says, "Hey, LeVar, honey, the phone's for you." I said, "Who's that girl?" And the rest is history.
You're lying, LeVar. You're lying through your tobacco-stained teeth.
If I'm lying, then what do you call this?
Yep. It's a picture of you and Madonna sitting in a breakfast nook.
Yep.
Why, looky there. You got matching pajamas with little horses on them.
Mm-hmm.
You ain't lying. You ain't lying at all. That's really her.
Yep. She'll always be my material girl.
Well, what happened? Why did you break up?
I dumped her.
Well, why in the heck did you do that?
Well, did I ever tell you about me and Tori Spelling?
Pause on this day.
In 1993, I looked up the story so I can give you all the details.
All right.
Depeche Mode's Martin Gore was in Denver. They were doing their devotional tour, and he was at the Westin.
Oh, that's very nice. That's very nice.
And the next show was supposed to be Salt Lake City.
Mm-hmm.
But Martin said he had about 50 people in his hotel room. Even for a big hotel room, that's a lot of people in your hotel room.
And the
We had
Westin,
he had a
Westin
suite.
known for their big hotel rooms. Yes.
That's a lovely Westin, though. He had a huge suite.
He said the front desk called and said, "You're being too loud, keep it down." And he said shortly after that there was a knock at the door, and I shouldn't have opened it because the police came in and arrested me. And I'm looking at his mugshot right here.
Oh.
Let's take that mugshot and make it into a T-shirt for Todd. I think that would be a great gift.
He said he barely recalls his night in jail and thinks it was just like another after-tour party. I can't remember much about it. I was really drunk at the time, and it kind of seemed fun. The next day when I sobered up, I realized people weren't too happy with me. With the $50 fine, they let me out the next morning.
Wow.
I think he made it to Salt Lake for the show, but it was kind of fun. It was just like another part of the party.
It's odd, though. It seems to me that Martin Gore is just a nice young man, and for him to get into that kind of trouble is sort of shocking.
Oh, no, man. He's the bad boy. Martin Gore, he's a bad boy.
I met him once and got to interview him.
He punched you in the face, didn't he? He's a bad boy.
He was so quiet and shy, I couldn't.
Well, he didn't want to get in trouble.
He could barely
Last
get
time
him to
he was
talk.
loud, he went to jail. So.
He looked at you and he said, "What makes a man hit another man? I'll show you. Bam! Because I'm a bad boy."
No, that didn't happen.
It didn't happen?
No, that did not happen.
I heard it did.
No.
People are saying, and I am hearing.
I was there, and it didn't
Sure,
happen.
Bill, sure. Yeah, sure. I did my own research, okay?
Yeah. Well.
So that's your on this day.
That's a fine on this day.
I thought so.
All right, let's take a break. We will be back. We've got Boner Fight on the way. We got Big Boy News and Opinioendo, and information about how you can help with the Candy Cane Corner this year.
Oh, nice.
Every year we get for the homeless shelter, we get the kids' toys together for the Candy Cane Corner, and this will be your opportunity to learn how to help. And since you're going shopping this weekend, timing couldn't be better.
Sure.
All right, so that's all coming up. Stand by for that. AAA, or AAA, as it's not
the Automobile Association of America. Now, AAA did this event here in Salt Lake, and it was so successful they want to take it to Ogden to help you prepare your car for cold weather ahead. So you are invited to stop by the AAA office in Ogden, which is at 5705 Harrison Boulevard. Saturday, November 6th, that's this Saturday, I believe, from 10 to 2. There will be experts there to do a free multi-point inspection on your car to make sure it's in good shape for winter. They'll check the tire pressure, battery, cables, clamps, terminals, the fluids, the filters, wiper blades, belts, all of that stuff. This is for free. So just stop by the AAA office in Ogden. It's this Saturday from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m., 5705 South Harrison Boulevard.
Here's what Bill Allred is thinking when he's not on the air.
Gotta think up some new features for Radio from Hell. Spice the show up. Maybe we could do a top 10 list. Now, every morning show has ripped that idea off from Letterman. What about bringing back that character I used to do? PBA bowling champ Wayne Zahn. God, no. That was stupid then, and it'd be stupid now. What about a character who can read minds or predict the future? No. That's too much like Karnak.
Double time checks might make things sound snappier. It's 7:27, 27 minutes after 7. Geez, that's stupid. God, I just know I'm going to be thinking about this all day.
Here's what Kerry Jackson is thinking when he's not on the air.
Oh, we gotta start working on this new Space Elders bit for this fall. And maybe we should call it Elders in Space. No, that's too much like pigs in space. Space Elders, that's it. Man, it's gonna take a lot of production, music, and sound effects. Good acting jobs by Bill and Chunga, which is next to impossible. Maybe I'll ask the janitor to do a role, even he'd be better than those guys. Man, this Space Elders is gonna take a lot of work, but it's really gonna spice up the show when we get it going. Man, I'm gonna be thinking about this all day.
Here's what Jimmy Chunga is thinking when he's not on the air.
Pudding, chocolate pudding, vanilla pudding, butterscotch pudding, rice pudding, tapioca. Oh man, I love pudding. Jello pudding pops, chocolate and vanilla pudding swirled together. Oh, pudding. P-U-D U-D-I D. Oh, pudding. I'd kill everyone in this room for one spoonful of sweet pudding.
Okay, 9:19 right now. How's everyone?
Good.
Everyone okay?
Yeah, I was just, I've been on my mind all day has been this, I don't know if I should go into it now. It's a big
What?
topic.
Now I want to know.
Well, it's a big topic.
I
It started on my mind early this morning. So here in the news, there's a story about the Salt Lake Rescue Mission. They want turkeys for the poor.
Okay.
Hundreds of turkeys for the poor. And that's a fine thing.
Sure.
And, they're but so they have on their flyer that they've made for it, we need turkeys for the poor, and it's a turkey. a cartoon turkey holding a box saying, we need a bunch of turkeys to feed the. And I started thinking about, well, it's weird to have, isn't it weird to have the animal that's going to be eaten,
I would just say that's a smart turkey. You got target on your back. You want to point people, in another direction. And if you're helping, they're not, you're one of the good ones.
Well, it's not, maybe they're not going to eat you, but they're going to eat your brothers and sisters.
Well, then that's too bad for them, but he lives. You see what I'm saying?
So I got thinking about it, though, and I thought, well, there are a lot of examples of this.
Sure.
Like there's a company in town called Majestic Meats.
Mm-hmm.
And it's a steer standing there going, hey, he's got a crown on. He said, you're going to eat all the cows.
Eat them, not me. I'm helping you. See?
I think it's something's wrong. And then I started looking it up. There are countless examples of this.
Oh, yeah. Mm-hmm.
There like here's one. It's the best damn hot dog in town, and it's a hot dog with a face on it.
Mm-hmm.
So come and eat me.
Mm-hmm.
Again,
No, so he's saying,
well,
come
now
and eat me.
Okay, well, that's a problem.
Here's like a store, Wilma's Catfish Takeout Kitchen, and it's a catfish holding a frying pan, cooking another fish.
Well,
that's not a catfish.
It's a catfish.
That's why Chick-fil-A does the cows.
Oh yeah.
Are encouraging you to eat more chicken.
Now that
their
kind of goes to
slide.
what Carrie's talking about.
Yeah, well, it's like the high-grade meat pigs,
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
that's two pigs,
Yeah, those two cute pigs on the. That's the other one I was thinking of.
Eat them, not us. We're your friends. We got you all of these other pigs to eat, so you don't eat us.
Here's one I don't even know. It says it's just an ad. It's an ad for a cow. It's an ad for a steak place, and it's a cow. The back half of the cow is being sliced up into steaks while he's looking around, smiling.
Okay, now that's a problem.
Yeah.
That's a problem. That one's a problem.
That one.
He's looking around, smiling as they're slicing him up into steaks.
Like that one.
Well, okay. See, now here's the thing: is that we were going to ask you about the sauces, but now you've distracted us with this. We don't have time, so we don't have time to get to your sauce list. But because we got Boner Fight here in like 5 minutes. So before that, a reasonable amount of news brought to you by
Moochie's would like to thank their loyal customers for supporting their locally owned and operated business. Moochie's has been voted Best of Utah for over 17 years. Dine-in, delivery, and pickup available.
Yeah, the high-grade meats. That's one I was trying to think of. Thanks, Carrie. So this is we're hearken to a boner candidate from yesterday. Animal Services is investigating this monkey attack at a Texas football coach's house. His girlfriend had this monkey. So it was truly surreal. A child was attacked by the monkey on Halloween at the home of Texas Longhorn special teams coach Jeff Banks.
Monkeys!
Katie Hall of the Austin American-Statesman confirmed on Tuesday that Austin Animal Services is investigating whether this pet monkey belonging to Banks's girlfriend, whose real name is Danielle Thomas, bit a trick-or-treater on Sunday night. Thomas, who calls herself, well, yesterday we had, she called herself, the pole assassin?
Assassin.
Yeah, she's a stripper.
And the monkey is part of her act.
Yeah.
Apparently.
Well, she also calls herself Danny Banks, and she had issued an open invitation to her neighbors, young and old, after word surfaced that her pet monkey would be there. Everybody wanted to see it, so but it attacked somebody. Yes, indeed, Danny says, yes, the monkey did bite someone, but I'm not responsible.
Kids shouldn't put fingers in cages. That's the problem.
That's what she says. Now, the story is still being investigated, but I think they're going to end up holding her responsible.
Monkeys!
The monkey they should release the monkey into the wilds of Austin and let it live out its life naturally. Don't you?
You're just asking. No, you're asking for trouble there. All right, because then that monkey will learn how to shoot guns and ride horses, and it goes from there.
It just wants to be free.
Monkeys!
So there was a report that was just released that says that sexism in Utah, no, this is going to shock you, sexism in Utah is prevalent.
Well, show me some proof of that. I would like some.
Just like a woman to ask for proof.
Sexist comments are prevalent in Utah and normalized in everyday conversations, public communications, and social settings, a new study by Utah State University researchers shows. Susan Madsen, founding director of the Utah Women in Leadership Project and one of the report's authors, said the study was conducted to educate the public, Gina, on forms of sexist comments, both conscious and unconscious. And now this is the interesting part, and Amy Donaldson commented on this. The report also seeks to equip women with the tools needed to combat sexism.
Snappy comebacks? Is it a list of snappy comebacks?
No, but see, now Amy Donaldson says, why don't we do something different? Rather than equipping women to combat sexist comments and attitudes, why don't we do something to change those attitudes?
Yeah.
Yes.
Why don't we
Rather
turn
than
it,
say,
look the other...
Yeah.
How about that?
Well, there they are.
Stop it before it starts. How about that?
Yeah. According to...
women are awful.
According to an online survey of 839 women ages 18 to 70, sexist remarks are more likely to occur in workplaces, within the home, churches, or communities.
So everywhere.
Yeah.
It's everywhere.
Basically, yeah.
That's pretty much, yeah.
And and it's true. It just the story just presupposes that men can't be taught anything.
Yeah.
You know, and Amy's right. We should be teaching them.
That's why girls can't wear spaghetti straps to school, because boys can't help themselves. We can't talk to the boys about their behavior.
I don't know why you'd
It's all
want to
on
wear,
the girls.
Why would you want to wear spaghetti to school? I don't understand that anyway. Responding to a sexist comment can be uncomfortable, so humor can be a powerful tool because it takes a little bit of the edge off the situation. It's seen as less aggressive, less condemning to someone who's made a comment, but it absolutely draws attention to the fact that they said something that's not okay.
So I said a list of snappy comebacks. That's
Yeah. No, or why don't you just say, that was a sexist comment. Why don't you just shut up? Stuff it.
I know you are, but what am I?
Oh, that's the snappy kind of...
Something like that.
Yeah. I'm rubber and you're glue.
Mm-hmm.
Bounces off me and sticks to you.
Well, and Jim in the chat room says, this story's all well and good, but I want to wait to hear what the Relief Society has to say about it.
Well, and of course you have to bear in mind that this study was conducted by a bunch of women, so, what do you expect? There are definitely a lot of situations where sexism is happening even though women make up a pretty high percentage of the workplace. So even if there's like all women and one guy,
it still happens.
Yeah, it's and again, why don't they just gang up on him?
Well, they should.
Because then you're the angry woman. Then you're that's another thing.
But Amy just cut right through it just beautifully. It's
Yeah.
like, no, the men should be taught this.
Yeah.
All right.
That's right. And Swiss Miss instant cocoa with mini marshmallows. They have a sweater you can get, which has a special pocket in the front of it for where you can carry around your cocoa.
Well, how? It'll spill. Why
No,
you can't put cocoa in a pocket.
It's a pocket for the container of powdered cocoa.
Well, why? Well,
so that you have it with you at all times.
Just in case.
Yeah, in case you need Swiss Miss cocoa.
Even better for that sweater, you could not put hot cocoa in that little pocket, but put a dog in the little, like Ripley would fit in that pocket.
Oh,
I think Ripley would fit there, yeah.
Sure.
Swiss Miss instant dog.
There's only one problem with that idea, Katie, and that is I would have to buy and own the sweater.
That's fair.
Not going to happen.
That's fair.
All right, that's it.
Thank you.
It's Bonafide. With Radio from Hell on X96.
Boner candidate number 1 from the 7 o'clock hour. This is the candidate you'll vote for if you want this one to win Boner of the Day. I'm young and rich, and I can do what I want. A Florida TikTok star, an 18-year-old person who makes $450,000 a year just doing stupid stuff on TikTok, has been arrested for provoking police into a high-speed chase. When they finally got him to pull over, he said that to them. I'm young, I'm rich, and I can do what I want. That's going up against number 2. Hey, they're dissecting Grandpa down at the Oddities Expo. A family finding out that their grandfather, they thought his body had been donated to science. What it had been donated to was the Oddities Expo, and people were paying $500 to come in and watch a dissection. And it was their grandfather's body. I looked this up, by the way. The Oddities and Curiosities Expo was in Salt Lake City in September. Oh, no, it's coming. September 22nd at the Mountain America Expo Center.
When, next year?
Yeah.
And
are they you want to know if they're going to do dissections?
I'm just curious. Yeah.
Well, they're going to do a jackalope class. I think this is they show you how to make
because they're not
a taxidermy jackalope.
Yeah, it's a taxidermy thing. Yeah, they'll teach you how to attach horns to a rabbit's head.
There is a. I don't see that there is a dissection class in the Salt Lake.
All right. Anyway, there's your candidate number 2. Let's decide between these two candidates which one is the worst, which one deserves to be Boner of the Day for today, 1 or 2. Remember your candidate number, the one that you think should win. Put that single digit in the message of a text, and then text that to 33986. Real easy to do. Or you can call the producer's booth and use your voice, 877-602-9696. Take your vote that way. Or you can go online, x96.com. Look for the box that says Boner Fight November 4, 2021, and vote there. Chances are you won't see that box right away. So once the page loads, refresh your internet browser. It'll appear, click, and vote. Easy. All right, here it is, Boner of the Day. You have until the end of these messages to vote. Let's go now.
Well, Punk, let's get to the movie review, shall we?
There we go.
That's why nothing to spend in the summer in and out of health facilities like 18 Fingers of Death.
So, tell us who stars in this opus.
Well, this is the only movie that's better than 17 Fingers of Death.
Yeah.
It stars James Liu.
Oh, so this is a sequel then?
Yeah.
Yep.
He's Buford, the down-and-out action hero.
James Liu, okay.
Okay.
And we got Maurice Patton.
Yeah.
He's Ronald Mack, the college student and wannabe director.
Okay.
Lisa Arturo.
Nope.
She's Sushi Q, the Honorable Fortune Cookie CEO.
Okay.
Pat Morita.
Oh, well, there's a name I recognize. Arnold from Happy Days.
So I know this movie's at least a year old, right?
Exactly. Well, I noticed he's got lots of others that are in post-production.
Oh, God. All right.
He's the humble restaurateur. We got Lorenzo Lamas.
Lorenzo
Lamas, yeah.
He's a Antonio Bandana, the singing martial artist.
Okay.
Oh.
Robin Shue.
This sounds like just a great movie.
Oh, yeah.
He's Jackie Chong.
Yeah.
And we got Charlie George Brown as Chuck Snorris.
Chuck Snorris. Okay.
Oh, God.
And Kurt Graves as Steven Seafood.
Okay. Tell us the plot of 18 Fingers of Death.
Well, as far as I can tell, this guy starred in 803 of the finest action movies ever filmed. but he's come up with a script for what could be his breakout role. But when the producers back out and pull his funding, he's forced to pull out the "will work for Kung Fu for money" sign and sell his Kung Fu movie memorabilia in order to get enough money to make a movie in 1 week for the Sundance Film Festival.
God. And they managed to get like about 90 minutes out of this?
Yep.
Jeez.
A full 90 minutes.
All right, have you got a scene from 18 Fingers of Death?
Yeah, I thought I'd give you a little Pat Morita.
Okay.
Oh, good, Pat Morita.
There we go.
Mr. Lee, listen, I've always been wanting to know, do you have Chinese Jews? Chinese Jews? Oh, very sorry to say, so no Chinese Jews. We only have the apple Jews and the orange Jews.
Oh, man.
This is worse than I even dreamed.
Yep. What are you giving this movie, Punk?
I'm actually giving it 3.5 Prozac.
What? It's the pills talking, Punk.
It's the prednisone. I think it's the prednisone. For digging up guano, lining up to fight. You can only fight the good guy one at a time.
That's
you
right.
have to circle him.
Yeah.
Feathered hair, the drunken bastard, Bong Fu the series, a wicker basket beaten, bow tie in the kitchen, cowboy Fu, a fallen in love montage, an attack midget, and yes, learning to speak out of sync.
Learning to speak out of sync. All right, and what junk food are you going to have while you watch this movie?
I think you need to gather a few Lynn Wilson's meat and cheese burritos with extra cheese and onions. You can mix in the Durkin's French fried onions as you need. A nice meatball hero, some rainbow Twizzlers, a bunch of Starburst, Reese's Pieces, a bag of Honorable Fortune cookies, and, yes, a nice cold canister of Lost Energy drink.
All right, Punk.
Wow, sounds lovely.
For those of you that are lost.
All right.
18 Fingers of Death.
The movie that's better than 17 Fingers of Death.
Okay, let's see. It's 9:38. Let's award Boner of the Day.
And Boner of the Day is brought to you by, in part by, mounds of pork fried rice. Mounds of it.
And choosing a Medicare plan is challenging. With Advantage U, you get affordable coverage, benefits designed by local healthcare professionals with a network of doctors and hospitals you know and trust. Choose Advantage U. Enroll today at AdvantageUMedicare.com.
Well, these were evenly matched candidates for sure.
No good.
One vote separating them. It was neck and neck. I was rooting for their dissecting grandpa down at the Oddities and Curiosities Expo, but it did not win. It succumbed to, by one vote, I'm young and rich and I can do what I want.
One vote. See why it's so important to vote.
We should start doing ranked choice Boner voting.
Oh,
you think? Oh, that's an idea.
That might be fun.
Well, that would
do that.
Now, that would be math. I vote against it. Anyway, so there you go. That's
What's your second choice?
Boner of the Day for today, November 4th, 2021. Now qualified to be Boner of the Week. That's decided tomorrow. by Dave Mattson, Dave the Flower Guy. He'll decide Boner of the Week tomorrow at about this time. Go ahead and hit that, Katie, and then we'll...
The following is a sponsored feature.
I know they're in the studio. Mark and Rachel are here.
Yeah, Mark Stewart, and he's, of course, we talk to Mark every once in a while from the Advocates. And Rachel Anderson is with the Road Home, the homeless shelter, and talk about the Candy Cane Corner. Rachel, why don't you, first of all, just describe for folks what that is?
Sure thing. So we're super excited to have this year's Candy Cane Corner. It is an annual holiday gift program for the families served by both the Road Home and Volunteers of America, Utah. And it is a program where people from the community generously donate new items for the families we serve. And then typically on a standard year, the families come in to a pop-up store and are actually able to shop for items for their family. This year, of course, it's still a COVID year, so we are having volunteers do the shopping, but it's just been going on for such a long time, and it absolutely brings joy to the people that we serve.
This is so great, and you're looking for all ages of items, correct?
Yes, that is correct. So we serve children, newborns, of course, adults, 0 to 18, children as well. So yeah, we're looking for a specific list of items, primarily gift cards in $5, $10, and $25 increments to outlined stores. But yeah, we're really excited to have this program again this year.
And the Advocates, Mark Stewart, how are you guys involved?
So we partnered with the Road Home on this program. If you remember, we were here in the summer on a project that we did together to get kids ready for school. So this one's obviously for the holidays. We had huge success with the one in the summer. And so we're looking forward to the same thing. The Advocates love being involved in charitable projects, and the partnerships that we've had with the Road Home in the past have been great. So we're looking forward to it.
Generally, Rachel, how many kids on any given day, well, let's say around the holidays, how many kids are going to be in shelter?
Great question. So I'm going to give you a stat from last year.
Okay.
We were able to serve a total of 1,500 people, and that includes 918 children from both the Road Home and Volunteers of America, Utah.
That's a lot of kids who depend on the Road Home and Volunteers of America for some sort of a Christmas. Maybe we ought to talk about some of the items that you're looking for. Gift cards are the best, probably, but gift cards for local businesses is what kind of businesses?
Yeah, great question. So we're primarily looking for gift cards to Walmart, Target, Amazon, and then Visa gift cards. You know, that allows our families to go and purchase their own presents in addition to the ones that are donated by the community. So those are the main stores that we're looking for. You can also make a contribution online, just a general monetary one, at candycanecornerslc.com. But we're also looking for a couple of other things. So we're looking for children's toys, teen hobby items, so whatever teens like these days, but, you know, jewelry, earbuds, stuff like that. We're looking for size 4, 5, and 6 diapers, full-size blankets, food storage container sets, wrapping paper, and Scotch tape. So
wrapping paper and Scotch
tape. So they can wrap their own presents after they buy them. That's
exactly.
Yep.
You need that.
It's again, you can go online and I guess you can find out all of the items that we've been talking about here, but you can just make a cash donation online. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
And what are the locations of the Advocates where people can take items? Because I know that's part of it as well, right, Mark?
That's right, yeah. So we have offices in American Fork, our main office, which is in Salt Lake, which is over in Murray by the Fashion Place Mall. And then we also have an office in downtown Ogden. So all three of those locations are open for people to come in and bring gift cards, or if they want to bring in the gifts as well, they can bring them in.
And it's the Candy Cane Corner, the Road Home Homeless Shelter, and Volunteers of America doing this year. I assume it's already started. That's why we're talking about it, right?
Yeah, that is correct. We are collecting items now through December 1st. And then at that point, we will be at a physical location where we'll be doing all of the shopping and everything, and people will be able to bring items directly there starting December 2nd, and we'll have all of that information on the website.
Okay, and that's not a lot of time. That's just a little, actually a little less than a month, right?
Yeah, yep, it is coming up.
Yeah. Jeez. It
Get
sure
ready,
is.
Bill. Come on.
Okay. I'll try and
closing
get in the
in.
spirit. I'll try. All right. So again, Rachel and Mark, thanks a lot for being here. It's the Candy Cane Corner. Rachel, give the website one more time, if you would, please.
Yes, of course. So it's candycanecornerslc.com.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We will take a break. We will be back and crawling towards the exits after these. Ranlife.com.
Oh, yeah. So, customer...
Aren't you a customer for life, Bill? I remember you saying that.
I'm a lifer.
Yeah,
That's right,
why
I'm a lifer.
That's why I should say ranlife.com/X96.
Yeah, now, you can be a customer for life with Ran Life. Previously, it had been only if you had done business with them, if you'd done a refinance or gotten a mortgage from them, you become a customer for life, and then you get discounts the next time you do something with them. But right now, they're just letting anybody who listens to us be a customer for life. As an X96, and this is all to celebrate their 20th anniversary of, they're a local mortgage company lending money to people to buy houses or helping them refinance their loans. So if you go to x96.com if you go to ranlife.com/X96, that's where you can find out about being a customer for life. And that could get you discounts on your mortgages or your refinancing. So ranlife.com/X96.
Up Snuffy and Guffy. And let me just say this.
Mm-hmm.
What has happened, we look at the camera, what has happened to Snuffy and Guffy is a tragedy, all right?
They're still on, aren't
It's
they?
a crime, what is happening.
You know when they recast Bo and Luke Duke on the Dukes of Hazzard?
Same thing. It's exactly that.
It's exactly that.
I actually heard one.
Recently?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, they're still using it. They're still using the jingle, and it's like imitations of our voices that we did.
Yeah.
It's a crime.
You only would have heard it if you listened to the Cocteau Twins.
It's a crime. What is happening with Snuffy and Guffy?
Man.
All right.
Well, is it time to do the
news?
news?
You can't do that.
I was never clear which one I was.
You were?
You're Guffy.
Guffy.
Carrie, Bill, Snuffy, Guffy. It's easy to remember.
So I was Guffy?
Yeah.
Okay.
All right.
It just never mattered. That's why I was unclear, because it didn't matter. They didn't have any clear character traits. They were just two hillbillies.
All right. Big boy news, and it's a tragedy. I'm telling you, it's a crime when it's
Actually,
happening.
I guess they did have. So Guffy,
yes,
was the henpecked one, right? Wasn't I always the henpecked one in the commercials?
That was one of
Well,
his.
my wife says I can't.
Exactly.
I've got to go to Smith and Edwards and get myself a new belt. My pants keep falling off.
I'm looking to see. Oh.
What? You have
Do
some?
we run some Smith and Edwards
I was
in one of
wondering
our
if
stations?
our country station had that. But
No.
Nope.
Well, they're just 17 seconds, so I doubt they have the characters on them.
There's always something going on at Smith and Edwards.
Oh, that's just Pete.
Well,
Pete would hate that I just said that.
That's
just Pete.
You outed him,
You outed the
Carrie.
character.
Yeah.
All right. Big boy news and Opinioendo now brought to you by
Smith and Edwards.
the Country Boy
Sure,
Store.
why not?
They got everything you want if they can find it.
Send him a bill.
We ought to send them a bill, and they'll pay us in RV surplus.
That's right, Snuffy. I mean,
I'm telling you right now, you listen to those ads. It is a Cron, what is happening?
Let's see if I can get.
I done nuts there for a minute, didn't I? All right.
Edge! I'm telling you, Edge!
It's 9:53.
That's weird. Just as that bit was playing,
Yeah.
Bad Brad Wheeler texted me a story.
Uh-huh.
QAnon reveals that Keith Richards is JFK, and there's a picture, and it's a picture of the Rolling Stones album cover from the Out of Their Heads album, and superimposed on Keith Richards' face is JFK's face. It's true. It's true.
Well, we need to wrap this up because I have to get to my Matthew McConaughey birthday celebration that are happening today.
Was that at a tanning salon?
And he has a natural tan, Bill. And I want to know if our friend Jay Whitaker will be celebrating the same way I am today, which is watching both of our favorite romantic comedies, How to Lose a Guy in 10 Days.
Oh, yeah, he does like that movie.
He shares that love of that movie with me.
That's a delightful rom-com.
Yeah.
It is a delightful rom-com.
A delightful rom-com.
So that's what I'll be doing today. And and drinking Miller Lite because
you should drink Wild Turkey.
Well, that's true. That he does do ads for that, but
Yes.
his brother's name is Miller Lite. Like not just Miller, Miller Lite, because his
Miller Lite McConaughey.
Yeah, his dad. That was his dad's favorite beer, and that's what he named one of his sons.
He seriously named
Yes.
one of his kids Miller Lite.
Yes. You can learn more interesting facts if you too pick up Matthew McConaughey's book Green Lights.
All right.
Do you want to see his autograph?
I don't.
It's.
I really don't care.
No, that's his autograph. Right
I don't.
there.
I have no care at
No?
all. Why don't you just go get in your Lincoln Navigator
Mm-hmm.
with your Wild Turkey?
That's how I'll
And
spend
you're-
my day and watch How to Lose a Guy in 10 Days and A Time to Kill, because there'll be a rom-com and then there'll be a serious drama that I.
Is that a serious? That's a serious drama.
Yeah.
Okay, so there are rules for celebrating Matthew McConaughey's birthday.
Sure.
All right.
Bongo drums are involved. The only thing I fail at in celebrating Matthew's birthday is I don't smoke weed. If I did, that would be the capper of the day, but I don't. So
Well, you should make sure. You should also make your husband not wear a shirt for the entire day.
I'm not an orthodox Matthew McConaughey follower. I'm just sort of more of a secular.
That would be too time consuming. Do you want to try another Matthew McConaughey trivia question
Oh,
that we
sure,
didn't get
yeah.
to? From Beat Gina. What title was Matthew McConaughey awarded in high school? What title? Was it A, most handsome student, B, most all right student,
All right.
B, best table scaper? Now, this is a thing in high school, all right? It's championship table setting, and they have clubs in high schools, and it's called table scaping.
Yeah.
So, best table scaper. Or D, most unique body odor. It's not that it's unpleasant. It's just very unique.
It could be all of those.
It's hard to choose.
I'll bet
This
it's
is
all of them.
This was in the Gina category of hard questions.
Well, it'd be most handsome, wouldn't it?
Yes, that is correct. He won most handsome. All right. Now
But
I only have.
It could have been any one of those.
Now I have 5 more Matthew McConaughey trivia questions left.
For next
And I'm
year?
building a pile, Katie. I'm building a pile of unused trivia questions, and I think in a week or so we'll be able to do potpourri.
You
which
just
would-
tell me when you have enough questions, and it just takes it takes time off of my plate to do it. So
It will just be a bunch of leftover questions from previous Beat Ginas that we didn't get to.
that could be fun though. So
Gina, what's the story of Matthew McConaughey watching his folks make love in a pool of blood? What's that all? Was that in?
What?
Do
No.
I remember that right?
No. I mean, they had a volatile relationship. His parents, they broke up and got back together a lot.
Wasn't there something about them though, and blood and? I swear to God, I heard him talk about that.
I don't know about that. They had a volatile relationship.
Are you sure you read that book?
I did. I don't think you mentioned that in here.
All right.
All right.
There's pictures.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Let's do the promo and crawl towards the exits.
Oh, all right.
All right. Coming up on Friday's Radio from Hell show.
You should join us for the X96 1K a day cash bribe at 7 a.m. Oh, and 9 a.m. We'll have a keyword for you on the odd hours, so be ready.
Also at 7 a.m., our Real Housewives of Salt Lake expert, Victoria, joins us to talk about the latest episode. Thankfully, she watches it so that we don't have to.
And then at 8, it's the best question of the week, followed very quickly by our weekly update with Dr. Angela Dunn at 8:45.
That's all happening on Friday's Radio from Hell show on X96.
All right. Let's see if there's anything that we missed. McDonald's has announced a batch of holiday drinks.
Yeah? What are they?
Toffee latte.
Okay.
I'm sure they're all things that you could add vodka to, is what I'm saying. Let's see.
I have a quick thing.
Yes?
IFA Animal Food Drive.
Oh.
Pick up some pet food or livestock feed at your local IFA, and you'll help care for local animals in need. You can get all the details at ifacountrystores.com.
Oh, that's nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, very nice.
Because, the animals need that at
Sure
this
they
time
do.
of year, too. So, all right, I think we're good. Fine job as always, Katie. Live long and prosper, bitches.
Don't you know who I am?
You're a sauce tease, Bill.
Corey is next.
X9.